And the Phillies have taken the lead here in the bottom of the sixth.
Very good command of the game early in the game. And he took it, later on he had to pitch out with jam, but he did a tremendous job.
The runner goes from first. And a grounder right side. Howard picks it up, flips to Hamels, covering in time. It's 3-1 on the putout, and Hamels for a second straight inning works out of a jam against the Dodgers. It was the hottest day of the year here in Philadelphia. In fact, the haze is still sitting atop Center City. Inside the ballpark, the fans are trying to keep cool any way they can, and that's been the case all day long here in the Delaware Valley. At one point, the temperature on the field was at 110. Game time temperature, 94 degrees on the playing field. And it's game one of this four-game series between the Phils and the Cubs. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy along with Gary Matthews. Sarge is trying to keep cool any way he can as well. Wheels will be here in just a little bit. Hot today here in Philadelphia, which means that the pitchers have to be on notice in so many different ways, Sarge. And for the Chicago Cubs, they're a good hitting team, but their pitching has not been very good.
No, it sure hasn't been. They're having a lot of different distractions on top of that, too. Take a look at the graphic and see what I'm kind of talking about here. And all you have to start that ERA there for the Cubs. They're awful high, 16th. You see that average, though, not too bad, 269. That's what we're talking about. The offense isn't too bad there, but runs are scoring 4 per game. That's not going to get it done. But when you're giving up that many runs, Tom, it makes it difficult to win.
Well, here are the 4 starters for this weekend for the Cubs. Look at those numbers. 5.74 for tonight's starter, Randy Wells. Carlos Zambrano, not that bad tomorrow. But then Saturday and Sunday, Sarge, it doesn't really get better for Chicago.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to have the hitting shoes on, those fighting Phils, especially with those high ERAs. You know those guys are giving up a lot of runs, so you got to be patient. Make sure you connect on those balls.
All right, for the Phillies, Sarge, it'll be Kyle Kendrick who will be taking the baseball tonight. He really is looking to settle in after a couple of rough starts.
Yeah, well, Kyle's going well when he's getting ground balls. He hasn't been doing that. He's going to have to do that if he's going to be successful. Now, you take a look here at the last couple of starts there. Ball up in the zone. Giambi taking him deep, way deep, as a matter of fact, and he does it again. But look where the location is of the pitch. Now, to do better, he has to establish the strike zone. Get those first pitch strikes, then he can go out of the zone and then be able to get those hitters out. Not going to be able to do that if he's going to pitch up in the zone. He'll have a tough night.
All right, so he's going to try to settle in tonight against the Chicago Cubs. Meanwhile, the Phil's offense trying to settle in after taking 2 of 3 in their last series against the LA Dodgers. Hey, Jimmy Rollins is back in the lineup for the Phils. We'll get to those lineups in first pitch when we return. In fact, it still is as we get set for game time, game one of this 4-game series between the Phillies and the Cubs. It's kind of like an August afternoon near Lake Michigan in Chicago. The Cubs know what that's all about.
Good thing they didn't have a day game here today. That would have been a little testing.
Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off in right field, Kosuke Fukudome. Darwin Barney's had a good rookie year. He's over at second base. Starlin Castro hits third. Carlos Pena's at first. Aramis Ramirez is the number 5 hitter. He's at third base. Blake DeWitt plays left field. He'll bat 6th. Giovanni Soto, the catcher, bats 7th. Tyler Colvin, the center fielder, hits 8th. And batting 9th and pitching is Randy Wells. And they'll face Phillies right-hander Kyle Kendrick. The 26-year-old Wheels is making his 4th start and his 17th appearance overall.
Yeah, he's not pitched much against the Cubs in his career, just one game in relief. So his first start against the Chicago Cubs, plugging him in as a spot starter. Blanton, Worley, Kendrick in this 5th spot, and Kyle trying to get the job done here tonight. Uses a sinking fastball, and you know, a lot of it has to do with Kyle's successes on how he handles the left-handed hitters in the lineup, and he'll start out with one right here in Kosuke Fukudome.
Yeah, lefties are hitting .245 against Kendrick so far this season, and that's better than what it was earlier in his career.
Nissan Keys to tonight's game. It's a little warm and muggy here. Like, really? Cubs have really been struggling. It's been a strange year for them. We'll talk about them because nobody thought this would happen. And you have to deal with the heat and humidity here tonight. Do the players try and concentrate? Because it's really easy to have your mind wander on a night like this.
Well, we are underway as the first pitch from Kendrick to Kosuke Fukudome's taken first strike. Fukudome's had a pretty good season. He's hitting .309 with a couple of home runs and 6 RBIs. Takes inside and low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Fukudome is 8 for 25 on this road trip. And you see his career numbers against the Phillies, not too shabby.
His problem is he's been over in the States with the Cubs as he fades as the season goes along. You know, a lot of times he'll have a pretty hot start, play well for a while, and then near the end of the year or halfway through, all of a sudden his numbers go the other way.
See where he sits as far as the leaders in on-base percentage goes. In fact, the Cubs leadoff hitters overall have done a nice job all year long. The leadoff hitters overall are hitting .410 or have an on-base percentage of .410. And they're hitting .336.
Yeah, offensively they've been okay. They just have a lot of other problems, especially their pitching has not been anywhere near what they hoped it would be. Some guys went down with injuries. Their defense has not been that great either.
2-2 pitch. Popped up foul, off to the left, out of play.
This is a strength sapping night for everybody out there, but especially for a pitcher. So there's fewer pitches you can throw, pitch to contact, and that's really what Kendrick is, and so is Wells. Neither one of them are strikeout pitchers.
Fly ball, shallow center. Victorino coming in. Jimmy Rollins going out. Victorino makes the call, 1 away. Now, during the 2011 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. Pretty good night to have some Turkey Hill. In fact, somebody had a cup of it in the booth earlier, and it was sitting for about 5 minutes, and it was all melted.
Yeah, it'd be turning to milk real quick.
Here's Darwin Barney, .304 hitter, and he takes high, 1 ball, no strikes.
Just one of the guys done a pretty good job for them offensively. Young player out of their farm system. Doesn't strike out that much.
Former teammate of Michael Stutz in college at Oregon State. In fact, you saw his .304 average is tops among rookies, and you know, like Placido Polanco, he's hard to strike out. The big difference, though, he's the only rookie in the top 5.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Just one every 12.7 times plate appearance.
Takes at the knees, 2 balls, 1 strike.
As we mentioned, there should be a lot of contact here tonight because neither Kendrick nor Wells, their starter, are strikeout pitchers. They do pitch to contact, both of them.
Good pitch on the outside corner. Kendrick last year appeared in 33 games, made 31 starts for the Phillies, won 11 games, a 4.75 earned run average. And the 2-2 pitch. And a called strike 3. Oh, we must be just over 12.3 at bats for Darwin Barney since his last strikeout.
Yeah, and a called third strike. Of all the things we're talking about, you're not going to get a lot of strikeouts tonight. Neither pitcher, you wouldn't think. And Kyle surprises him with this pitch on the inside corner. He thought it was inside or low, but that's a strike. It's just a two-seam sinker, it looks like. Yeah, that's right there.
So 2 outs here at the top of the first, and Starlin Castro is the hitter. Castro is hitting .301 overall with a home run and 26 RBIs. And he takes it to the knees.
Just like you hear all day on radio and television, well, the players are told by the trainers, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Drink a lot of water as much as you can, and you know, or the other sports beverages they have for them down there.
Fly ball left center field, carrying pretty well, but playable for Victorino, and he makes the catch a step from the wall. And the side is retired. Actually carried farther than I thought. Kyle Kendrick works a 1-2-3 top of the first. Shane Victorino got to the spot and made sure he realized where the wall was. Citizens Bank Park. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at shortstop is Jimmy Rollins. Placido Polanco bats second. Chase Utley hits third. Ryan Howard is the cleanup hitter. He's over at first base. Shane Victorino drops to the 5-hole. He's in center. Raul Ibanez is in left. He'll bat sixth. Dominic Brown, the right fielder, bats seventh. Dane Sardina, the catcher, will hit eighth. And batting ninth and pitching, of course, is Kyle Kendrick. And they'll face 28-year-old right-hander Randy Wells, who's made only 3 starts, Wheels, because he started the year on the disabled list.
Right, he's a sinker, slider, change-up type pitcher. Not a real hard thrower. Guy who's been in their organization for a while. Done okay as a starting pitcher for them the last couple of years. Nothing spectacular. Southwest Airlines scouting report on the guy. A big guy, 6'5", sinker ball, slider, change-up with a cutter, and only his 4th start, as Tom said, because of the disabled list. But he is another guy that tries to pitch to contact.
He's pitched in just 1 game against the Phillies. He pitched well. He went 7 innings, allowed 7 hits, and no earned runs.
That was the only game they won last year in that 4-game series at Wrigley right after the All-Star break, and the Cubs handed it to him with some sloppy play and poor pitching by Marmol in the 9th inning.
Rollins takes low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Rollins 0 for 1 on this homestand. He came into the clubhouse today and was walking with really no limp whatsoever. Went into Charlie Manuel's office, said he was good to go, and then Charlie posted the lineup.
Yeah, he had the lineup sitting on his desk till he talked to Jimmy.
Change up low. Good luck at McDonald's. Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Ed Phillips of Franklinville, New Jersey. Ed, we apologize, but if the Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game, then you'll win $100.
Yeah.
Whereas last night's contestant, Jennifer Farrell, won $700. Will's one of nature's friends has found a new home.
Yeah, bird's eye view for that guy. Looking for seeds.
Looking for some water.
Might get some.
Swing and a miss. And Rollins tagged out, and the first strikeout of the night.
Heard he'll use his changeup quite a bit, the left-handed hitters, and that's exactly what he did right there. Fooled him badly with a changeup.
Well, a lot of things going on around Major League Baseball today. Bob Guerin was fired as the manager of the Oakland A's. They've really been having trouble with communication, and we've heard that a lot. Bob Melvin takes over as the interim manager for what Billy Beane termed the rest of the year. The A's have lost 9 straight, and John Melly was fired as the hitting coach for the Marlins. And Eduardo Perez, who was a commentator, steps out of the booth and into the dugout as the new hitting coach for the Marlins.
Yeah, he's not a member. Was not a member of their organization, although his very famous dad is. We see Tony all the time down there. Hall of Famer Tony Perez.
Here's Placido Polanco and a swing and bunt up the first base line, and Wells kicked it. And that's been one of the issues for the Cubs. Not that Wells has had that issue, but the Cubs have one of the worst defenses in the National League. And that's Randy Wells' first error of the year.
7th of his career. Sinker ball pitcher, so you have to be a pretty good fielder when you're a sinker ball pitcher because they come back at you. Just topped there by Polanco. An easy play because Polanco not a fast runner. Couldn't pick it up, and then as Tom says, he kicked it.
Cubs overall have a .978 fielding percentage coming into this ball game, which is tied with the Astros as the worst in the National League.
Yeah, 2 of the better fielding teams just finished the series, the Phillies and the Dodgers. Dodgers have moved on to Denver to play the Rockies.
Chase Utley's the hitter. Utley, .231, a home run, 4 RBIs. Had yesterday off, and he takes a strike.
Fastball 84-85 so far from Wells. We have him on the scouting reports topping off at 89, but right now you can see just trying to throw those little sinkers and doesn't worry about strikeouts.
I wonder if part of that lack of velocity is because of the arm strain that put him on the disabled list earlier this year.
Yeah, it could be. He's just never a guy. Sometimes you see a big guy like this. You mentioned he's 6'5", 230. You think they're going to throw a lot harder than they do, and he's just not a hard thrower.
But he's ahead of Utley. No balls and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes the count. Carlos Pena holds on Polanco. One of the big free agent signings for the Cubs during this offseason. One of the only signings for the Cubs, position player wise.
Yeah, Pena, a guy that was in the World Series that the Phillies controlled for the most part in that World Series with the Rays. They controlled his bat and Longoria pretty well in that series.
Yeah, he signed a 1-year deal worth $10 million with the Cubs. He's a very good defensive first baseman.
He didn't hit much last year for the Rays, and he's not hitting much for the Cubs, although he will hit some homers.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count to Utley with a runner at first. And Chase rips it down the right field line. That's a foul ball. You can see by Utley's reaction that was going foul right off the bat because he broke a step and then stopped.
Yeah, the hitter will tell you what's going to happen there. As Tom said, well, he stops right away, but his sight is that thing's going right at those fans down there as he hooked the sinker.
I don't know if the fan down the right field line thought, I can't touch it because it might go fair, or if he just saw how fast it was coming and said, I better not touch this. This is going to hurt.
It was a combination. The hurt factor, I think, overtook everything.
Outside and high, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Kane will do that.
Giovanni Soto out to the mound to talk to Wells.
Roy Halladay in the background there looking on intently. He'll be out there tomorrow night against the always entertaining Carlos Zambrano.
Unless you're in Chicago.
Yeah. Or unless you're in Chicago, he's not as entertaining. He can stir some stuff up.
Out in front again. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Cubs as a staff, we talked about it during our open. Their starters earned run average 5.55. The relievers ERA better than that. It's under 4. But the relievers have allowed 21 home runs this year.
Oof.
That's a lot of home runs. Matt Garza, Ryan Dempster. Garza to the right, Dempster to the left.
Another guy who was on that 2008 World Series team for the Rays.
To right field, that's going to drop in for a base hit. Polanco around second, holds there. Pergadome was trying to decoy him and hang back on that. So the Phillies have runners on first and second with 1 out. Ryan Howard is due up and wheels. That brings us to our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast.
Yeah, last night Ryan Howard, Phillies hadn't hit a home run in a long time. Little cutter there, and out of the ballpark into the first row.
Guys were talking today that Hiroki Kuroda couldn't believe that it went out of the yard. The ball was hit pretty hard.
Yeah, it was hit hard. He just didn't think it was hit that far. Neither did Rod Barajas, evidently, with his quotes.
Yeah. So runners on first and second.
Excuse me, Tom. It was one of those top spinners that he hits, and he hit another one later in the game for a base hit.
Ryan takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
No overshift defense for Ryan Howard right now, so he has a lot of room to get a ball through. You see the shortstop over on this side as opposed to where they put him a lot of times there, even with base runners.
Low, 2-0. Ryan last night was our post-game guest. Sarge was down there talking to him. And as Sarge threw it back up to us, I saw Ryan said something to Sarge, and they both started laughing. So I asked Ryan today, I said, so what did you say to Sarge last night? He said, I told him he smelled really good. I don't know what he was wearing.
I want some of it.
Swing and a miss, 2-1.
Well, Sarge does have a lot of stuff in that room.
Yes, he does.
You know, he's
very well prepared.
Yeah, he does his nails back there. He's got all kinds of aftershaves,
hand cream,
and
hats and cuticle oil. To left field. On the run is DeWitt over toward foul territory. He got to the spot, made the catch. It's a foul ball, but he makes the grab anyway. And Polanco goes back to second, Utley back to first, and there are 2 outs.
Yeah, Ryan Howard not happy with that. He hit a change up there. You know, a lazy fly ball to left field that unfortunately for him and the Phillies stayed in the park. How about DeWitt playing the outfield? He's always been an infielder. We saw him a lot with the Dodgers. He's a pretty good hitter, and just not a real good at bat there for Ryan to hit that ball down the left field line with, you know, runners at first and second.
Former first-round pick for the Dodgers. So 2 outs. Here's Victorino. Victorino overall hitting .270 with 6 homers and 20 RBIs. 1 for 9 in the series against the Dodgers. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1.
They have 3 left-handers in the bullpen that they can bring into the ball game. So Charlie putting Victorino in this spot right here to put a switch hitter in the mix, break up the left-handed batters.
All those lefties out of the pen are very different too, from Graybo to Marshall to Russell. There's the Cubs bullpen.
They have some real hard throwers from the right side. Samardzija's a hard thrower. Marmol, their closer.
That's Marshall right there at the end, the water bottle in his hand. Samardzija's next to him.
Kerry Wood's out there now. He's back with the Cubs. He still can throw hard. We saw him with the Indians last year. In fact, Jimmy Rollins beat him with a walk-off.
Fly ball to left. Should be an easy play for DeWitt. Goes back a few steps, makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit. There was 1 Cubs error. The Phillies lead 2. We go to the second. Cubs nothing, Phillies nothing. Visit your local Lowe's to cast your MLB All-Star ballot and enter to win a trip to the All-Star game. Compliments of Scott's. Now we go to the top of the second. Carlos Pena, Aramis Ramirez, Blake DeWitt due up for the Cubs. Pena hitting just .217, 9 homers and 29 RBIs. He did not homer in the month of April. However, since the 3rd of May, he has 23 RBIs and 9 home runs. And see what he did with the Tampa Bay Rays during the World Series. Just 2 for 17 with 2 RBIs.
And that was one of the reasons the Phillies won that World Series, is the fact that they controlled this guy and Evan Longoria, who really were their 2 big boys in the lineup. Upton also is a big part of their lineup, but Pena and Longoria were the sluggers.
Grounder to first, big hop for Ryan Howard, and he flips to Kyle Kendrick covering. So 1 away. Well, Raul Ibanez got a little surprised as he went out toward left field. Whoa. Fortunately, that bird saw the feet of Ibanez and decided, well, I don't like the outfield anymore. I'm going to take my seat right on the edge of the infield.
Yeah, I'm going to get a little closer to the action. And he's still out there.
Right behind Placido Polanco.
Yep. Still just hanging out.
Better turn around, though.
Got a little overshift on now for Ramirez. He got 3 fielders over there. 2 players and a bird. Look out.
Right past Ivan DeJesus in the third base coach's box. Bird didn't flinch because the bird's not even looking.
Not even looking. How about the coaches for the Cubbies tonight? Couple ex-Phils, huh? Ivan DeJesus and Bob Dernier over at first with that bird just hanging out.
0-1 the count to Ramirez. Fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes. Ramirez's numbers against the Phillies: 14 home runs, 50 RBIs, and he's been in the news out in Chicago the last few days because folks are starting to ask him about his no trade clause in his contract, because the Cubs are 11.5 games out in the National League Central. People are speculating that they'll start to make some deals.
He played with a really bad shoulder last year.
Sardina will give that a look, and it's back into the seats of the Diamond Club. That lady didn't catch it, but she must be in the same party with the gentleman who caught it on the rebound.
They're all pretty happy.
They really are. Very supportive.
There's the baseball.
0-2 pitch to Ramirez.
Ouch. That bird's still out there.
Well, nobody's given it any real reason to leave right now.
Just hanging out.
At least it's turned its body a little bit.
And only these players have sunflower seeds.
Ramirez 6 times in his last 10 years has picked up 100 RBIs or more in a season. He grounds another one foul. Nice play by the Phillies ball girl. That's Sammy's down the left field line. That little guy's pretty pleased.
Goodbye bat.
So Ramirez will get a new bat. Get some of that Manny Mota stick that'll make it a little sticky, tacky it up. Line drive to left field. Ibanez going back. It's over his head. He plays it well off the wall. Gets the throw toward the cutoff man. Not a lot on it, but the relay is there. Good job by Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley to get together on that relay play. First Rollins with the throw and Utley with the quick tag.
Yeah, take a chance here. Ramos Ramirez doesn't run that well, and that thing came right back to Ibanez. Right there, Raul gets it on a one hop. Now, Tom said the throw to the cutoff man, Jimmy Rollins, wasn't all that terrific, but he got it to him, and then to Chase Utley. Quick tag. Is he out? Oh, he's way out. That's the way you tag somebody. Put the glove in front of the bag and make him come to you. Easy to say, and a lot of guys don't do it.
I thought it was closer than it turned out to be.
Oh, me too, until you saw that replay, and our guys slowed it up so great. Could really tell then.
Here's Blake DeWitt hitting .309, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to DeWitt. Look what he's done his last dozen games. He's hit in 3 straight.
Bunch of 3-hit games for him.
Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
This guy, when he was with the Dodgers, he looked like he was going to be a pretty good hitter. And, maybe an everyday player take over as their second baseman. Just didn't work out, and they wound up moving him over here.
There's Ramirez catching his breath on the bench. Phillies were also helped out because that ball was hit so hard.
He had a perfect hop right back to Raul, who did a good job with the ball off the wall.
Shallow left. Ibanez, long run. He gets to the area and makes the catch. To the side. He is retired. So Kendrick gives up his first hit, but some defense from the Phillies helps him out. Cubs don't leave anybody as we go to the bottom of the second. Here at Citizens Bank Park, but the Florida Marlins will be in town Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It's a 4-game series. Wednesday's the day-night doubleheader. In fact, it's a makeup game, the 105 game, from April 16th. That was the only rainout here at Citizens Bank Park this year. Limited seats are available by going to Phillies.com. So 2 night games and 2 day games. Well, the bird goes from the infield back to the outfield. I think Darwin Barney startled the bird.
Boom.
And bird had a little issue when it was coming down.
Didn't get the flaps down in time.
We go to the second for the Phillies. Ibanez takes a strike belt high. It's 0-1.
Mick Billmeyer said today that it's so hot that the birds are using potholders to collect worms.
Line drive, base hit. That'll startle the worms right there.
There's only Mick. He got one-liner after another. That's pretty hot, though.
That is pretty hot. There was some question as to whether the Phillies were going to take batting practice or not today because the temperature on the field. There's Mick. Temperature on the field was about 110. The Phillies were taking BP.
Yeah, they decided not to do extra. They always hit extra at 3:30 today. And sitting with Charlie around 3:15, and they were kicking it around a little bit, and he said, "Oh, forget it. If they don't want to today." And he's a big proponent of extra hitting. He's always out there at 3:30 behind the cage watching, but today was a good day not to do it.
So the starting pitchers hit, and then the regulars did their regular batting practice.
Right. Exactly. They just didn't do that extra hitting that they do at 3:30.
Dominic Brown, the hitter. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Brown. In the dirt. Got to be on your toes if you're catching Randy Wells, and that's exactly what Giovanni Soto's been on.
A lot of change-ups.
Couple innings.
Yeah, and a lot of change-ups to these left-handed hitters, as the reports are on him. That's what he's going to throw.
There's a changeup, towering fly ball into foul territory, and Darwin Barney makes the catch. What away. So Ibanez goes back to first. Randy Wells back in 2009 won 12 games for the Cubs. Plus he had an earned run average of 3.05. And last year he didn't pitch as well. He was giving up more than a run more per game. His record dropped to 8-14. But the Cubs as a team really didn't play that well. And hence his career numbers 21-25. As Sardina fouls one back.
Well, he's the kind of guy who can be successful because he changes speeds and throws sinkers. And all these teams want to hit fastballs, and there's a lot of guys that seem to have difficulty adjusting when they don't get them. Is that diplomatic?
Yeah, I think so. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Think about Wells' changeup, though. I don't know if you agree with this or not, Wheels. Tonight, there have been some down, but a lot have been up.
Yeah, and he doesn't want them up.
No.
You know, they're mistakes. But he's throwing a lot of them. And like most right-handed pitchers, he's not going to throw many to right-handed hitters. He's going to throw a slider like he just did to Sardina. And not as many. There's another one probably. They don't. You know, a lot of these right-handers with changeups will throw changeups to left-handed hitters because it fades down and away. And they don't throw it much to right-handed hitters. They'll use a breaking ball. And that appears to be his pattern early in this game.
One-two is hit foul.
Just so hot that you know, they wanted to give Carlos Ruiz a game off here, a night off, and hopefully he doesn't have to play at all here tonight, and give Sardina the chance to catch Kendrick and let Carlos just sit and watch. These kind of nights, they're draining on everybody out there, but especially the pitcher and the catcher. These games rarely have a real good pace to them. You know, they just fit the weather.
Two and two the count to Sardina. Ibanez over at first. Despite the fact he hasn't played a whole lot lately, because Ruiz has caught an awful lot. Sardina has 4 hits in his last 10 at bats, and during those games he's walked 5 times. Now that's partly because he's in the 8 hole.
And he has some power too. If you make a mistake middle into him, he can hit the ball in the ballpark. Stand a little bit closer to the plate than some other times that we've seen him.
Three and two the count.
And of course you can't run here, because if you strike out into a double play, then the pitcher leads off next inning. So a stop situation at first base for Ibanez, who is checking out Juan Samuel over at third base.
Normally, though, this would be a good guy to run against because of all the soft stuff he throws.
Right, and he's a sinker ball pitcher who's going to throw double play balls, but it's not. I just don't think they would do it because of what we said with the strikeout double play and then the pitcher.
Short lead over at first for Ibanez. Pena holds him on. He does go, and the pitch high, ball 4.
Well, I guess he figured there's no way this guy's going to strike my guy out, and they're going to run in that spot, and they did, and ball 4.
Well, we mentioned where the Cubs are sitting in the standings. They're in 5th place, 11.5 games off the pace. St. Louis leads the way, a game and a half over the Brewers, who had a come from behind victory last night against the Mets. Now the East, the Phillies have the best record in the National League at 37-25. They lead the Braves by 3. The Marlins now by 5. You know, Mike Quade has been trying to pick up right where he left off last year as the manager of the Cubs. When he took over for Lou Piniella, he had a pretty good run. As Kendrick shows bunt and takes low.
Other than the Phillies, they had the best record for the last part of the season. And it helped him get the job over Ryan Sandberg. A lot of people thought Ryan Sandberg was going to get the manager's job with the Cubs, and they wound up hiring Mike Quade as their permanent manager.
Kendrick.
Oh, he bunted it.
He did bunt it that one. Yeah, they asked the first base umpire Gary Cedarstrom for some help, and
yeah, he definitely bunted at it.
So 1-1 the count.
Good teamwork by the umpires here. Watch him stab at it and miss it. Right there, that's definitely an attempt. Well, he doesn't have the bat out in fair territory. He's really trying to guide it towards third, because Pena not holding the runner on at first base is right on the doorstep as that pitch is being delivered. And he's trying to bunt it down there so Ramirez has to come after, because if he bunts it to Pena, they'll throw right to third and then maybe even get a double play on him at first. Watch how Pena comes down the line here. See, he's already got a head start because you don't have to worry about the runner.
And Kendrick pulled it back, and Gary Cedarstrom agreed this time. 2-2 the count.
Yeah, that's a good pitch to bunt. It's a slider. That's when you get on the ground. But you know, the first thing you do is try to bunt a strike, and he sees that's not a strike and takes it, and that was very close to a flinch.
In the dirt, 3-2.
Kind of driving crazy what they're watching right now. You know, sliders, one after another. You know, it's one of those things. There's Mike Quade, the manager. Let him bunt it. If he's going to bunt it, let him bunt it, get it down, and you have 2 outs and take your chances, as opposed to now you may walk the pitcher and have the top of the order with the bases loaded. Now, I think that would be great for the Phillies, but when you see this stuff happen, you wonder, why would you do this?
There's the top of the order right there, Jimmy Rollins. Ibanez is over at second. Sardina's at first. 3-2 the count.
I think he would get a fastball here.
Pena creeps in again. He did get a fastball, and he bunted it foul. So a strikeout for Wells, second strikeout of the game.
Well, they got away with it. Here's Kyle's final attempt. Where's the bat? Behind home plate. On an angle back. And it's very hard to bunt a baseball fair when the angle is that way of the bat. I mean, you have to be a magician almost to be able to deaden it and get it into fair territory when you have the bat back there like that, where it makes contact.
So to the top of the order, here's Jimmy Rollins. He struck out his first time up, takes low. Rollins is 0 for 1.
Juan Samuel trying to get Ibanez off the bag at second with a walking lead. Best thrower in the outfield is Fukudome, who's shooting in and right. The right fielder. The other two guys just fair.
Yeah, Colvin's listed on the scouting report as below average.
Yeah.
And DeWitt,
he's an infielder.
Right, he's listed as average, but Fukudome is above average.
Fukudome also will charge the ball. And that's a third base. Any third base coach you'll talk to, they'll say, all right, I want to know about his arm, but does he charge the ball? Because that's their nightmare when they come after the ball hard. They don't even have to throw that well if they charge it well.
There's a strike. It's 3-1. Rollins taking all the way. Blanco waits on deck. Got his fastball up to 87 on that pitch.
Well, now everybody's off, so this will help if Jimmy can get a base hit here. This will help score make it easier to score Raul Ibanez from second.
Ibanez goes, so does Sardina. That ball's hit in the air, deep to right field. Fukudome's going back. That one is gone. A 3-run home run for J-Roll. And the Phillies go out on top 3-0 here in the second.
Welcome back, Jimmy Rollins.
Big time. Phillies have not rung that bell in quite some time. Now they've done it in back-to-back games. And Ed Phillips of Franklinville, New Jersey, you've just won $100. Compliments of the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Fourth home run ball this year given up by Wells. It was a sinker, and he just lofts it out of the ballpark to right center field. First one by a lefty.
Overall, it's the fourth of the year for Rollins. And Polanco hits it in the air down the right field line. Fukudome into foul territory, and he made the catch, and the side is retired. Boy, folks were still on their feet because of Rollins' 3-run home run as Polanco flies out to right. J-Roll, home run number 4 on the year, gives the Phillies a 3-run lead here in the bottom of the second. Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Wheels, here's the question. In 1984, Cubs GM Dallas Green traded Dave Soup Campbell and Mike Diaz to the Phillies for which 3 players? The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning. Well, the saga of the bird has him venturing out toward the bullpens. Jesus Tiamo, who is the Phillies bullpen catcher, well, he was watching and watching. He said, you know what, let me take care of this.
Soft hands.
Soft hands.
Huh?
And now the bird has found a new spot near the ivy.
Right. That was a great job by Jesus Tiamo.
Giovanni Soto leads off the 3rd. Phillies lead at 3-0.
Those bullpen guys can do everything.
It's actually kind of funny watching Jesus. He was looking at the situation the whole time, and when the bird got close, that's when he decided to step in. Our own little Dr. Doolittle
did that very well too. Look at this. Look at the nice.
Keep your eye on the bird,
right
Jesus.
There. Yeah. Good job.
He's a hero to everyone. 0-2 the count to Soto.
Bird doesn't realize how much better off he is right now, or she.
On the hands, foul territory. Polanco over toward the rail, and that's going to be back into the seats. Giovanni Soto, the former National League Rookie of the Year. He had 251 during his rookie campaign with 20 home runs. Or excuse me, with 23 home runs. Didn't have the same kind of year at 09. Better in 2010.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight last year. He had some rookie season.
Tried to check, didn't matter. Call. Strike 3. That was a cutter. Second strikeout for Kyle Kendrick.
Yeah, he really freezes him with this, and as Tom said, it's a slider cutter there. It has a little dive to it too. Makes you think maybe it was a slider when you watch it from the home plate. They called it cutter out there. That cutter had some depth.
He seems to throw more cutters than sliders.
Yeah, he does.
Days. Here's Tyler Colvin. Takes upstairs, 1-0.
Well, this guy's in some kind of a funk, huh?
Yeah, he is 0 for his last 32. He may be 0 for his last 33, and he is.
And a bat.
Well, the way things are going, he's probably better off getting rid of the bat.
Yeah, because he's been using it.
Utley makes that play. 2 outs here in the 3rd. That'll bring Randy Wells to the plate. Wheels, we're losing center city as we speak.
Yeah, it's getting dark out there.
Yeah.
There's a line that could conceivably come through here at some point.
Well, the grounds crew has taken the cover off the tarp.
Yeah.
0-1 the count.
He said, if it does rain, it could, we have not had a rain delay this year.
Right, we had a rain out.
Had a rain out, but it was called early in the day. So we have not had a rain delay in this ballpark, nor have we had one on the road. I'm trying to think.
That's a good question. I don't remember.
I don't remember one on the road either. And that was with the incredible amount of moisture that fell in the month of April. There were so many rainouts in Major League Baseball. And May.
In fact, already more this year than all of last year.
So we're due for a rain delay, unfortunately.
1-2 the count to Randy Wells. Kendrick gathers his signs. And a foul ball.
Yeah, and both managers knew this was possible tonight, so they have in the back of their minds if they were to have to stop play at some point, how long it would go, and then if they can't send their guy back out there, who's next? One of those piece it together nights.
A line drive, base hit it to right field. Dominic Brown. I was wondering if he, might turn and see if he can throw out Randy Wells at first. But Wells is aboard with the second hit of the night for the Cubs. And that'll bring Fukudome to the plate. Fly to center his first time up. Fukudome is one of 14 Japanese players currently playing in the big leagues. Each of those players were under some duress during spring training when the earthquake and subsequent tsunami hit the island of Japan. As you see, the conditions ever changing. One ball, one strike to count. Wells not being held on. Howard's right behind him. That's a pretty good pitch right there. It started up and then it just kept sinking in on the hands. That's another cutter from Kendrick. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Fukudome. Kyle working to get through this third. Grounder right side. Utley to his left. That's an easy hop. And it turns out to be a relatively easy inning for Kendrick. He allows a hit, leaves one. He's through 2.5. So are the Phils, and they lead it 3-0. Is brought to you by WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for amazingly low office product prices. By the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play Hot 100,000. The new instant game for the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 years or older to play. Please play responsibly. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. Bottom of the third. And yes, it is getting rather dark. Not because of the time of day, but because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, we understand there are some storms out in the suburban areas, and it certainly looks like they're moving here into South Philadelphia.
There was a 53-minute rain delay out in Reading, and they are underway.
Yeah, that's the report that we heard, that, you know, if it does in fact rain here, and it looks like it's going to be hard to miss it, that, you know, they'll be in the delay and they won't finish the ball game later.
Well, the Phillies have a 3-0 lead, so they'd love to keep on going. It looks like Chase Utley just said something to Giovanni Soto about the weather, because Soto looked to his right, looked up, and then looked to his left and looked up. It's as if he missed it.
Yeah. Well, there's just a little bit of lightning. I think Soto saw that.
Utley takes upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes.
It's just hot and humid. You figure sooner or later it's going to rain, huh?
And now look at the difference between right field and left field.
and that's going to be covered up pretty soon.
Foul ball. Look out. Charlie Manuel has spent the last several days, really the last several weeks, talking about Chase Utley and when to give him time off, when to play him. And today he spoke about, how close, and he even said this yesterday, how close he thinks Utley is to really driving the ball on a consistent basis. And he said that, there are temptations to let him keep on playing like he normally does, but as we've talked about, he has to be realistic to give him some time off like yesterday.
No, we always say we can see when it starts to rain in Center City. It is. Can't really tell that. It's just dark there, but it's raining out there, and the city has disappeared.
Yeah, that's the way you can tell.
Yeah.
You just can't see it.
And look at the flags.
In the air to right field. Going back is Fukudome, and he's going to get there. That was a sinking liner. And he makes the catch for the first out. Hey, every weekday starting at 12:30, feed your hunger for Philly sports without leaving your desk. Well, tomorrow, Ben Davis stops by to talk Phillies with Rhea Hughes. So take a lunch break tomorrow starting at 12:30 only on CSNPhilly.com. Well, somewhere out there, you just see the lights have been turned on.
Look at the flags now.
Yeah, the flags are moving.
Dead still here when this game started.
Ryan Howard's the batter.
Now, when Ryan was up the first time, we showed that there was no shift on. They had 2 men. Phillies had 2 men on base. This time, nobody on base. They have a 3-man overshift. Well, he gets one up in the wind right now. It could be one of the longer homers he would hit.
Or it could go really foul.
Yeah, or it could go really foul. Yeah, because it's howling out there in left to right field right now.
Some of the fans are starting to go toward cover, so the rain must be coming.
That's about Broad and Porter right now.
Dirt's kicking up. Warning track's starting to kick up a little bit.
That bird's happy it's out in the ivy.
I was thinking the same thing. Otherwise, the bird would have been back out in the ivy by now.
Oh, yeah, it would have.
Without the help of the grounds crew or Jesus Tiamo.
Look for Toto, certainly. Ooh.
3-0 the count. Time is called, and Ryan's asking the home plate umpire, Philly Colbreth.
They're going to cover it now.
Yeah. Mike Buckholder, the Phillies head groundskeeper, and the rest of the grounds crew coming out to put the tarp on the field. Now the umpire, well, maybe not. The umpires are going to talk about it. Gary Cederstrom is going to talk with Field and Colbreth and see what they think.
Well, they try to, they take the ground crew's word on this sort of stuff. And, it's going to be hard enough for these guys to get that tarp down with this wind.
Yeah.
So they need a head start.
Yeah,
you wait too long, Tom, when you get into one of these things. The next thing you know, they can't get the tarp on it. And then the field gets so wet that it takes forever to fix it before you can get started again.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again down in South Florida. Very rarely do we see it here, but we do see it here in the Northeast. You see the wind really pick it up. You see the shirts starting to whip around out in the outfield. And the grounds crew is doing their best to get the tarp, get the field covered as quickly as possible. Home plate and the mound are difficult by themselves, and now the big tarp is getting ready to be unfolded. There is a technique to it to try to keep it as low as possible.
Right. And sometimes it's just blowing so hard there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
But this is great. They can get it on, and then if it rains, at least the tarp's on, and you don't have to take forever to get the infield ready.
Yeah, get it on and get it spiked down.
Look at the trouble they're having with it right now. Great job, though. That's what happens. It'll blow away, and like right now, the second base side of the infield isn't covered. If it were raining right now, you got a problem.
Right.
Boy, that day in Denver, I'll never forget that.
Yeah, when the Phillies came out to help out the Rockies grounds crew. See now how it peels back like that?
That's it. They're trying to Here come some more guys to try and help out right now. Some of the security guards to just get this thing covered before the rain gets here.
Many times, Wheels, too, you see, because of the way the tarp is blowing around, the guys in the grounds crew, I've seen this firsthand down in the minor leagues, guys in the ground crew getting, basically eaten up by the tarp.
Sure. Well, that's what happened that day in Denver that was so scary when those guys disappeared under the tarp and the Phillies players came out and helped.
So here we go. The grounds crew putting the final touches on the tarp where they did a really good job. I mean, it's not down yet.
Great job.
Phillies finest coming to help out as well. July 8th, 2007. This is what Wheels is talking about. Denver, Colorado.
Just an amazing scene that day. Here goes the tarp up in the air. Look at the guys disappear. They're running, and all of a sudden you won't see them anymore. Here they go.
The back left.
There they go.
He got dragged to the edge of the infield.
That was scary.
And the Phillies players out to help. I mean, everybody. Sandbags. Abraham Nunez just flipped that sandbag down. Michael Bourne, he won the prize for the longest sandbag toss. And at the end of the game, the grounds crew coming over, thank the players. Bill Thompson getting a hug.
Phillies won that game too, and on a Sunday afternoon, and they got the congrats from the ground crew.
So we will step aside. It's 3-0 Phillies here in the bottom of the third with one man down. The count is 3 balls and no strikes to Ryan Howard. We are in a rain delay here in Philadelphia. It's our first of the year. We'll keep you busy with a little Phillies clubhouse.
The ground crew and the umpires and the timing of the whole thing. Because if they hadn't gotten that tarp down before that rain started, the wind would have whipped it all over the place. The field would have gotten drenched, and now they would have been an hour out there fixing the field, which they don't have to do very, very little, if anything, on the playing surface itself. So, you know, you saw Mike DiMuzio down there has been part of this situation around the Phillies for so long with the ground crew and stadium operations. And here's the ball game right here. Jimmy Rollins hits a sinker out of the ballpark for a 3-run home run. And that's where we are right now. And we're going to have a couple new pitchers probably when this resumes. And here came the dust. And this is what we're talking about when they put that tarp down. And, you know, that took the cooperation of the umpire saying, all right, we trust you guys. Even though it's not raining, let's get the tarp down before it starts to rain. And it was down maybe, what, 10 minutes before it started?
Mike Buchholder, who's the Phillies head groundskeeper, he went running out toward the tarp. And Phil Colbert, the home plate umpire, was kind of looking around thinking, what's going on here? Then he talked to Gary Cedarstrom, and they decided, all right, let him put the tarp on the field. And you're right, it was a good thing to do it. That's all the rain that was in the second level that was coming down toward the first level as things drained. And now the new pitchers start to loosen up. As we said, this is going to be a delay of more than an hour. So both starters for the Phillies, Kyle Kendrick, and for the Cubs, Randy Wells, those guys are going to be lifted from this ball game. And Danny Baez will be the new pitcher for the Phillies. He'll be the long man, at least to start, for the Phillies. And former Philly Rodrigo Lopez, who's over from the Braves organization, he'll be the pitcher for the Chicago Cubs. So Lopez is probably a little more stretched out than Danny Baez, although we saw Danny Baez go 5 scoreless innings in relief in that 19-inning ball game against the Cincinnati Reds a couple of weeks ago. On the out-of-town scoreboard, they continue to play down in Florida. No problem with the rains there. And the Braves lead the Marlins 3-2. In fact, the last inning and a half has taken as long as the first 5 innings took down in South Florida. And it's 3-2 in favor of the Braves. Emilio Bonifacio just drove in a run for the Fish to make it a 1-run ball game. And Brooks Conrad has an RBI for Atlanta in that game. So as we sit and wait for the starting or the relief pitchers to get themselves loose, we'll give you an update on what's going on around the All-Star game. For the Phillies, Placido Polanco still leads the way over at third base with 1.3 million fans. And obviously he's getting some votes from outside of the Phillies, whether it be Detroit or St. Louis. Jimmy Rollins is second among shortstops. Chase Utley, despite missing most of the year, is third among second basemen. And Shane Victorino and Raul Ibanez, they need a little help out in the outfield. They're 6th and 10th. 3 in the outfield will be the starters, even if they're not normally left fielders, center fielders, or right fielders. And online voting is, of course, open for the 2011 All-Star Game, so you can help send your favorite Phils to this year's game by voting up to 25 times at Phillies.com. Vote Phillies.com and cast your ballot now for your 2011 All-Stars. Vote early, vote often. Vote today at Phillies.com. So as Ryan Howard gets himself ready to get back in the box and the umpires are getting the final instructions before they head out, we'll step aside and be back with the next pitch of tonight's game. AT&T call to the bullpen as this game gets set to get restarted at Citizens Bank Park. Rodrigo Lopez is walking in from the bullpen for the Chicago Cubs. He'll be ready to restart this one for Chicago with Ryan Howard at the plate. Bottom of the third, 3-0. The Phillies are on top. There's Rodrigo Lopez as he's coming into the dugout. The Braves had Lopez in spring training. He pitched very well for Atlanta, and they didn't have a spot for him. So he went down to the minor leagues and pitched a little bit there, but then was traded to the Cubs because they were in need of some arms. And he's able to stick here in the big leagues, not as a starter on an every fifth day basis, but he at least is getting into some ball games. Meanwhile, Danny Baez, as we said, Baez pitched 5 innings of scoreless relief a couple weeks ago in that 19-inning ball game. And he's going to be called upon here to start the 4th for the Phillies with a 3-run lead.
Yeah, and he certainly won't have to worry about that tonight. That's a good part about it, Tommy, that he could just come in and, give him a couple innings, keep it where it is. Maybe the Phillies can add on, and then, get it to the point of the bullpen where the guys that you use in those roles, and maybe later on, you figure Romero will get into the game. Maybe Contreras tonight. He hasn't pitched for a while.
And, of course, Antonio Bastardo is right there. We talked earlier today, Wheels, about the Chicago Cubs and, how odd a season it's been. Offensively, they really have been fine, hitting .269 overall, but not very good with runners in scoring position. But they are scoring a little more than 4 runs per game. 42 home runs. That's toward the bottom of the National League. But the earned run average, 4.80. Part of that is because the starters' ERA is well over 5, and they are 16th in the league in ERA. As play began today. And they also, and we saw this earlier with Randy Wells, they don't field their positions that well. And you see the bullpen, 3.68 is their earned run average. And their bullpen and the Phillies bullpen will be leaned on quite heavily in the rest of tonight's ball game. And, probably for the rest of the series, too, as it turns out. So Fielded Colbert, the home plate umpire, is getting himself set to go. Gary Cedarstrom, the crew chief, going back out to first.
These kind of games, depending on what you get now out of your staff, can be bullpen killers, too.
Yep.
And as you pointed out, Lopez has a heck of a better chance to pitch a lot of innings than anybody the Phillies have, because they don't have a true long man now that Kyle has moved into the rotation in the 5 spot after Blanton and Worley aren't able to do it. Blanton with the injury, and Vance Worley sent down, who, by the way, has pitched 2 very good games since they sent him down, too.
Yep. Rodrigo Lopez, this is his 5th ball game with the Cubs, an 8.59 earned run average. And 7 1/3, 5 strikeouts for Chicago. As we mentioned, he spent spring training with the Braves and pitched very well. He was traded to the Cubs from Atlanta on May 26th. He started the year down in Atlanta's farm system and then made his way over to Chicago.
He pitched a game against the Phillies in Clearwater this year for the Braves.
For AAA Gwinnett, he was 6-1 with a 2.59 ERA. Pretty good numbers down in the minor leagues. You see his career numbers against the Phillies, and as we mentioned, he spent part of the 2009 season with the Phillies and was 3-1 with an ERA of just under 6.
Pitched a lot in Baltimore, and Sam Perlazo is very familiar with him with his days down with the Orioles.
Hey, tomorrow night at 5, Michael Barkan and Phillies top sports writers are talking to Jeremy Macklin about his offseason and his thoughts on the NFL negotiations. And there are still some reports of private negotiations between the NFL and the owners. Watch AT&T Presents Daily News Live tomorrow night at 5, only on Comcast Sportsnet. I should say the NFL players and the owners. Tomorrow, Roy Halladay and Carlos Zambrano. I'm sure that will be brought up as part of the many topics on Daily News Live. Plus, Game 5 of the NBA Finals is tonight. And I'm sure that'll be touched on, too. Rumors of some possible moves by the Sixers, not only with the sale of the franchise, but also with some of their players. So here we go. The count is 3 balls and no strikes to Ryan Howard.
The first rain delay of the year is about to become official.
And it has cooled off, but not considerably.
No.
But that's okay, because we're playing some baseball. Howard will dig in as if it's a clean count. It's not. We'll see if he gets the green light with a count 3-0.
Well, I laugh, but you're right. Who knows?
He takes ball forward. Howard's aboard. Finally. Here in the third. 1 hour and 7 minutes is the length of the delay.
And that's Wells's walk.
I'm sorry, 117.
So you really can't even close out his line yet then.
No,
Randy Wells, because Howard's his responsibility.
Yeah, second walk issued by Wells. Helped out by Rodrigo Lopez. That'll bring Shane Victorino to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Phillies up 3-0 thanks to a home run by Jimmy Rollins. Some lightning flashing up above, and the first pitch taken low, 1-0. Victorino tonight 0 for 1. Fly to left his first time up. And a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Lopez, one of those guys that just tries to trick you at this point in his career. He's not going to throw real hard. He's going to throw a lot of changeups, breaking balls. He changes speeds with his fastball. He tries to sink it. You know, he's a kind of guy that you really have to be patient on. He will throw some long balls, but he also can frustrate hitters with all this all-speed stuff he'll feature.
He won 7 games last year, lost 16 for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Victorino lines it into right field, a base hit. Howard's going to have to stop at second. So the Phillies have first and second with 1 away. No real chance for Howard to go first to third. He didn't have a great jump. He's not running that well, and Fukudome has a good arm.
Yeah, and he really had a freeze almost on this line drive. You see Victorino smoke it, and he has to wait until it goes past him. So all those things that Tom was just talking about, and the fact that he has to stop, he's just going to drop anchor at second.
So 2 on, 1 out. Here's Ibanez. And Ibanez takes a strike. No balls and 1 strike to him. Raul singled and scored the Jimmy Rollins home run. His last time up. That was in the second.
They still held a rain delay in New York. Yeah, they do in New York. Huh?
That storm was really big.
Yeah.
And we got only a piece of it.
Right. It went through New York even before it got here, it looked like. The line of thunderstorms did. Oof. Look out.
Somebody tried to catch that. It looked like the ball took that somebody right on down.
It could do that.
Yeah.
That was really scorched. Like, whoa, I don't know. I didn't know they came that fast. How do they catch those things?
Oh, that's funny. 1-2 the count to Ibanez.
That was a reality check. The speed of a baseball off a bat.
Ibanez is 9 for 25 against Lopez in his career. 2 doubles, an RBI, 4 walks. He's hitting .360 against him. And the 1-2 pitch inside, 2-2. Tell you what, some of the Phillies hitters have some really good numbers against him. Ryan Howard before that, before his at bat, was 6 for 10 against him.
We used to see him a lot when he was with the Orioles, and the Phillies used to play Baltimore a lot, and that's where some of those numbers came from. Then, as you mentioned, Arizona last year.
Tyler Colvin, the center fielder, makes the catch, and there are 2 outs.
Okay, you change up something off speed and probably looked like a balloon coming up there to him up in the strike zone.
Ibanez shaking his head as he goes back to the dugout.
Yeah, he knows he just got himself out.
And they'll leave it in the hands of Dominic Brown. Dominic Brown popped out to second into foul territory his first time up. The second baseman Darwin Barney made the catch. high, 1 ball and no strikes. Dominic Brown did not bat against Rodrigo Lopez last year. It's a foul territory. Cubs might have a play on this. Aramis Ramirez is there, and he just couldn't get his body turned around to make the catch. I said he was there. He was kind of in the neighborhood, but never got in position to make that grab.
Yeah, some guys make this play, and it is a lot harder than it looks because for a third baseman, that's really difficult. That's why the shortstop tries to come over, because he has an easy angle at it, as opposed to the guy trying to catch it over his head with all that spin.
Yeah, because your head's kind of spinning too.
Oh,
if you
it's
go out on that.
hard play. And you see some third baseman make that play, you know, like it's easy. Mike Schmidt could make it with anybody. Boy, he was good at that.
Out in front of an off-speed pitch. 1-2 the count. So tough to stay back on the changeup from a guy like Rodrigo Lopez.
Well, you're not going to get a whole lot of fastballs that hit with Rodrigo Lopez. That looked like a fastball, and you see he just spotted it. That was a changeup. His fastball is about 87 or 88, and the changeup was 84.
Danny Baez keeps on throwing in the pen. Two and two the count to Dominic Brown. Fought it off and stays alive.
Want to get his fastball up to 91 that time. Jammed him with it.
Howard's over at second. Torito's at first. So he's trying to add to a 3-run lead. They're in the bottom of the third.
See a lot of that when you face Lopez, guys lunging.
Lopez has had some good years. In fact, he had 2 pretty decent seasons with the Orioles when he won 16 games one year and 15 another year.
And he wasn't a train wreck when he was with the Phillies. He gave them some good starts.
Inside, 3-2. That means the runners will be off.
That's what he used to do a lot. He would try to sneak his fastball by hitters in like that after he threw all that off-speed stuff.
Dane Sardina's on deck.
And he doesn't have to give in here. He knows he has a base open and a right-handed hitter, the 8-hole hitter on deck. So the odds are he'll try to. Now they're going to talk about it. You know, the odds are they're going to try and trick Dominic Brown here, not challenge him.
I think Mike Quade thought that last pitch to Brown was a strike. Look at Quade shaking his head.
Well, he knew it wasn't high and it wasn't low.
Looked like it was a little tight.
Yeah, it looked like it was inside.
Mike Quade, who managed in the Phillies system at Scranton for a couple of years. Runners will be off on this pitch. There they go. And ball 4. Second walk of the inning. The bases are loaded.
He threw him a slider. You know, he was not going to give him a fastball there. Not with a base open.
Hey, follow all the Phillies stars of tomorrow in Lehigh Valley, Reading, and Lakewood. All 3 minor league affiliates are close to Philadelphia and easy to visit. Enjoy a fantastic ballpark experience with games all summer long. Visit Phillies.com/minor leagues for more information and to order tickets. Lehigh Valley playing right now, and they are 37-22. That's pretty impressive. First place in the International League. Sardina waves at the pitch. It's 0-1.
Pitches, 21 pitches now for Lopez already.
There's Howard over third. Victorino's at second, and Brown at first. Michael Martinez is in the on-deck circle for the Phillies to pitch hit. Foul territory. Pena running over toward the Phillies dugout, makes the sliding attempt. He lost his glove, and boy, he's fortunate he didn't lose everything else.
Oh, he's lucky he didn't break his wrist.
Wow.
The trainer's going to come running over too, because that was a heck of an effort. Ball wasn't hit that high, so he really couldn't take too many peeks over there.
Has that thumb wrapped up. Cubs athletic trainer comes out to check on him.
Hey, look, he doesn't even look. He just knows it's coming up, and he's going to go into a slide, a late slide, jams his ankle there. Thankfully, that's padded where he hits his hand and his wrist. But you could tell as he was running over, he couldn't even look up because it was so low. Not one time does he look up. I mean, to look down to see where he was. But he knew he was getting close because he felt that track. Oh. Boy, he had to hurt his ankle, hurt his hand, everything on that.
Well, he looks like he's okay. Matt Walp is our first base camera operator down in the dugout, and he didn't flinch. I mean, didn't flinch.
Those guys are good. I bet Bernie wouldn't flinch in center if a home run went out there.
If a home run went out to Bernie, I think he'd flinch. That's pretty far. 1-2 the count to Sardina. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. I mean, that's a long way if a ball went out to Bernie.
Yeah, by the time it gets out there, just floating. He wouldn't even flinch.
Might try to catch it.
Really?
Three and 2 the count.
Boy, does he nibble? That's got to be tough to watch. That doesn't mean he won't get him out now, but you know, he just does not ever want to throw a fastball near the plate.
The runners will lead off, and they'll be off and running on this pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 3rd. There they go. Grounder toward 3rd, diving stop. Ramirez to his feet. He throws out Sardina. What a play by Aramis Ramirez, who's nowhere near the kind of defensive player he used to be, but he really dipped way back to make that play. Dave Sardina hit it in what he thought was the right spot, but Aramis Ramirez makes the play, and the Phillies leave the bases loaded, much to the dismay of everyone here. Wanted prices you'll love, like Swing Line Stack and Shred Shredder, featuring hands-free shredding. Who but W.B. Mason. Now we go to the top of the 4th. Phillies lead at 3-0. They had the bases loaded in their half of the 3rd, couldn't score. And now, with the rain delay of 1 hour and 17 minutes and then the length of the 3rd, we turn things over to Danny Baez. He's the new pitcher for the Phillies. 1-3, a 4.18 earned run average. Baez takes over for Kyle Kendrick, who went the first 3 tonight. Kyle did a nice job through those 3 innings. It's unfortunate that the rains came because he was humming along.
Yeah, did a good job. Not only that, though, once you get those runs, he can settle down and then start to get the ground balls.
Darwin Barney leads it off for the Cubs, and he takes a strike.
And Baez, his job is to come in, not start to walk batters, and to throw strikes just like he did.
Barney struck out his first time up, one of 2 strikeouts for Kendrick, who allowed a single in the second, a single in the third.
Boy, 25 RBIs, only 1 home run. That would tell me he's been driving in the ball and getting some 2-out base hits.
There's a looper to right. Dominic Brown over to make the catch. 1 away. So Baez gets the first out here in the 4th. It'll bring Starlin Castro to the plate. Sarge, we watched Starlin Castro from a distance the first month of the year, and we thought, man, this guy has really turned the corner. He hit .393 in April, and he's still a young kid.
He's got good tools and playing shortstop. They really like his bat. One of the reasons, I mean, hitting third in this lineup, you got Ramirez there, Pena there, and this kid hitting third. Fastball up and in, little chin music. And you get a young player and hitting third, you're expecting some big things out of him, and he's already an accomplished hitter at a very young age.
Just 21 years old. And he whacks it foul, 1 ball and 1 strike. Castro finished 5th in the Rookie of the Year balloting last season. Hit 300 in 125 games with 31 doubles. Breaking ball that hangs high, 2-1.
Sardina asking for that pitch inside, and you can see the ball down in the wave. Pitcher's got to be able to hit their spots.
And Baez misses. There's ball 4 and a base runner for the Cubs. First walk of the night for Phillies pitching. Castro's aboard. And here comes Carlos Pena. Pena grounded out his first time up.
Not a good average, 216 for a hitter like this. This means he's been swinging for home runs.
That's a good pitch for Baez. He got it right in on his hands. Gives Ibanez time to come in and under it. Makes the catch. And there are 2 outs in the 4th. Castro goes back to first.
See where that pitch is there, and that's pretty good pitch, real good pitch, in on his hands. And you're a little bit upset about that, but that's where Baez wants to be able to pitch him. Those power hitters, you want to tie him up.
Yeah, he's looking at his bat right now. He's going to see that the marking for the ball is down toward the handle. It's probably still on the black part of the bat, but down toward the handle.
Yeah, he just can't believe he missed that pitch.
Runner goes, and Sardina's going to have no chance as Castro steals the 6th bag of the year.
That's another part of his game that he has. Good arm, has good speed. Look at the jump he gets. I mean, just no chance as he takes a look and even slows up as he's sliding.
No balls, 1 strike the count to Aramis Ramirez. Inside, 1-1.
Well, he's not doing it so far this year, but he's a guy that normally drives in a lot of runs, close to 100 just about every single year. Been a good clutch hitter throughout his career.
Grounded to shortstop. Rollins has time. Ramirez is barely running up the first base line, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits. 1 man left in scoring position. We played 3.5 here at Philly, with the Phillies on top by 3. By AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network, and by Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEF-NOW. Bottom of the 4th inning. It's our view from left field. Pretty good shot. Phillies up 3-0 here at the bottom of the 4th. Danny Baez will get a chance to bat. We saw him bat in that 19-inning ball game, and they joked around with him after the game. That's why we order you bats. So when you have a situation like this, and he said, I'm an American League guy. Well, here he is. He gets a chance to bat again. So,
well, anytime you go to the plate, you become dangerous with that bat, and it doesn't matter whether or not you've been hitting or not. You got a chance to get a hit.
Well, he just stepped in the bucket on that first pitch.
Well, maybe no chance to get a hit.
But guys, who don't get a chance to bat often, they live for this kind of thing, don't they?
Well, they really do like to hit it. And coming in with Kyle Kendrick earlier today, he talked about maybe getting a couple of hits today, but wasn't to be because of the rain, and sure would have liked to have seen him do that, especially after having a three-run lead.
All right, now, guys like Kyle Kendrick, they get to hit. Guys like Danny Baez, 1 for 5 in his career, he doesn't get to take batting practice.
Very good point.
Oh, he made contact. And he hits it to center. And Colvin puts it away. 1 gone here in the 4th. Joe Blanton back in town after being down in Florida as he was rehabbing and getting himself ready to come back off the DL. He was scheduled to see Dr. Cicotti today, the Phillies team physician. And then his hope was to start throwing very soon off the mound. Rollins homered his last time up, 3-run shot. 1 for 2. On the inside corner, 1-1. That swing take a lot out of Baez, you think?
No, I don't think so. Hit it off the end of the bat.
Up the first base line, a fair ball, and Pena will take it to the bag himself. And there are 2 outs. So Lopez is the first 2 gone here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now, best pitch for me, sinker. Does throw the changeup, moves that ball in and out. As a hitter, you can't be afraid to hit with 2 strikes on you. Pitcher that should not be able to throw the ball by a major league hitter. At least not consistently.
Grounder to third, off the glove of Ramirez. This one he can't make a play on. And Polanco will be on first. That should be a base hit, and will be.
Oh, yeah.
Phillies with a 2-out single.
Yeah, that ball off the end of his glove, and you're right, though. Oh, that's how you can tell with older players. They do lose a step or 2 in that position. You can tell hitting-wise, they lose a little bit as he tops that little sinker. You can see just out of the reach of the third baseman, Ramirez, still in your picture there.
So the Phillies have a base runner with 2 outs, and Chase Utley will get a chance to hit. He's 1 for 2. Hit the ball to pretty hard his last time up. And he singled to right his first time up. And a strike on the outside corner. With that hit by Polanco, the Phillies now have 5 hits to go along with their 3 runs. And for Polanco, that's his 77th hit of the season.
I think he's still trying to find his timing. And I think you'll know he hasn't. He'll start spraying that ball around. That ball inside, that's a pitch he would like to try and pull. But the good sign is he's starting to play more and more games before being taken out. So that tells me that his legs got to be feeling pretty good.
I have to admit, you know, when they talked about getting him to 5 consecutive games, I thought they were talking about the end of June, not the beginning of June.
Yeah.
But he just played in 5 straight. Out of play, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, he's such a hard worker, and you work hard to try and get back. Usually you'll get back a little faster than most.
Time is called before the pitch came in a little late. I think it was Soto who called time, or was it Utley?
I think it was Utley that called timeout, just waiting. Usually the catcher won't. Pitchers like that hitter to just wait, stand up like a statue, and makes it a little difficult to try and get to the ball. That's why you want to step out. Want to just stand up like a statue, you just get a little too stiff. You need movement.
Grounder to the right side. Barney, the second baseman, gobbles it up and throws Utley out And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left for the Phillies. We're through 4 here at Citizens Bank Park. Also 1 hour, 17-minute rain delay. Father's Day gifts. Enjoy a great selection of ties, Hawaiian shirts, golf accessories, and of course, the coffee table book, Phillies, an extraordinary tradition. The Majestic Clubhouse store at Citizens Bank Park, open daily from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. They have some cool T-shirts, too, for dads. We saw some of those today. Yeah. One T-shirt had a remote, a barbecue, and the Phillies logo. Everything a dad would want.
That's all you need.
Blake DeWitt leads it off here in the 5th. 0 for 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to DeWitt. Fly to left his first time up. That was back in the 2nd. That one just barely missed the outside part of the plate. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Mets lead the Brewers 4-1. Angel Pagan has a triple, an RBI, a run scored. That game's at the top of the 7th. That ball is hit in the air to center. That's hit well. Victorino on the run, back toward the track. He got there. Makes the catch near the 409 side. There he is.
It's a good play, hitting that ball to the deepest part of the ballpark at 409 side. You really got to hit him to get out of here. Here he goes. He's on his horse as he's getting back. Lead on it all the way. He does good when that ball's over to his right going that way. On the left-hand side, a little more difficult making that turn, but he got back very well on it.
Giovanni Soto takes a strike. It's no balls and 1 strike. Why is that, Sarge, that some outfielders are better on one side compared to the other?
Well, and again, there's no reason for it, although there's sometimes you'll have fielders play in because they go back well. A lot of times if you see them playing deep, that means that they don't go back well, so they'll come in. They feel a little bit better that way. Maddox used to play very shallow, taking away base hits, left field, right field, or right center. But then he was able to go back center field, right center.
1-2 the count to Soto. Breaking ball, swung on it, missed, 2 away.
I think it's more of a comfort level on, every fielder knows he has his speed. Ibanez has to play back a little bit deeper. This is what you call a curveball. Nice hook, tight break on the ball.
2 outs now for Tyler Colvin, who's 0 for 1 and 0 for his last 33. Baez comes back with another curve to start Colvin off.
He got a pretty good year last year, Tom. Surprised he's not able to hit the ball the way he should.
Yeah, last year 20 home runs. Yeah. Victorino will settle under this to put it away, and Baez gets a 1-2-3 fifth. 5 in a row set down by Danny Baez. We go to the bottom of the fifth, and Ryan Howard's due to lead it off. Phillies. Time now for the Coors Light freeze can. Say freeze can, Sarge, but it was hot all day long.
Oh boy.
That was on the dugout earlier today. 110. Oof. Getting closer to 111. Oh. There's you with the fan. You got a new surplus of fans?
I got to tell you, it was hot.
Yeah. People fanning themselves.
Nothing wrong with it.
And then some folks wanted to be doused before the ball game, but they saved that for the field. Coors Light Freeze Can brought to you by Frost Brewed. Coors Light. Here's Ryan Howard, who flied to left his first time up, walked his last time to the plate. Hits it hard, but right into the shift. Darwin Barney throws out Howard for the first out here in the fifth. One pitch, one set aside. Here's Shane Victorino. You know, it's interesting, Sarge. We talk so much about the Phillies' success against the East. 19-13 this year against the National League East, and very successful last year. The Cubs are totally the opposite. And Charlie Manuel talks about, you know, winning within your division because of this unbalanced schedule.
Yeah.
The Cubs are 8-21 against the Central.
Hard to make up ground, hard to even be around first place when you have that kind of a record.
Victorino slaps it away, and it's 0-2. Now, no offense to the Central, but objectively, the Cardinals are good, Reds are good, but it's not a great division. Brewers are playing very well this year, but you got the Astros, obviously the Cubs.
So what you're saying, a little easier division?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have the Pirates, the Cubs, the Astros at the bottom three, although the Pirates now are at 500. Then you have the Reds, the Brewers, and the Cardinals as you go up the division. I would think that you could have a better record within your division than 8-21. As Pena throws out Shane Victorino. speaking of within the division, the Braves have hung on and have edged the Marlins 3-2. The Braves have swept the Marlins for the first time in Miami since 1995.
Wow.
And the Fish, who fired their hitting coach last night, have lost 8 in a row and have lost 9 of 10. One ball, no strikes, the count. Fly ball left field. Blake DeWitt over toward the line. And the side is retired in order. So the Phillies go down quietly here in the 5th. Rodrigo Lopez has kind of settled in. We go to the 6th. Danny Baez will head back to work.
Of the week is the man you call on when you're in need of a quick change. Cross Philly of the week is the man you call on when you're in need of a quick change of fate. Every team goes through struggles, and every 5th day, Roy Halladay is there to kept to a minimum. His determined 7-inning performance in Pittsburgh put an end to the Phillies' losing streak, and once again showed why he is so valuable. Doc was dazzling again, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Now more than ever, we're here for you every step of the way.
Oh, there's Doc. He's watching the shirt shot going on right now by the Fanatic and from some of the fan stormers who are going through the crowd now. He's pitching tomorrow for the Phillies against Carlos Zambrano. That's the matchup, Sarge.
Talked with him earlier today, and he's looking forward to pitching against Doc. One thing I will say about Carlos Zambrano, it does not shy down in terms of pitching against any of the top pitchers.
I'm surprised he's not pinch hitting here. Instead, it's Tony Campana who's pitch hitting for the Cubs. Shows bunt, takes curve for strike 2. 263 hitter. So Rodrigo Lopez goes 2 2/3, and Danny Baez is trying to top that. Although there is bullpen action for the Phillies, J.C. Romero's up and throwing. 2-2 the count. Here's Kyle Kendrick, who pitched the first 3 innings tonight. Did a nice job. Then the Reigns King. Fukudome is on deck. over toward the right side, scooped up by Howard, flips and leads Baez to the bag, and he just got there.
About the only way that he could make that play. Holy cow.
Campana was running pretty well.
Woof. Flying down the line, and good pickup though by Ryan. But the key to that play is, you're right, leading him right to the bag where he doesn't have to stop. His momentum will keep going. That way he can tag him, barely getting by. Here it is again. He corrals that ball and he leads them just right. He's getting real good at that particular play. Baez coming in and just gets him as he slides across that bag.
Have you ever been a proponent of sliding into first on a play like that? I mean, I know you do that sometimes when the throw's in the line.
I don't know why they do that. Too many chances on getting injured on that. No, some people think it gets you there faster. I don't think so.
Fukudome's 0 for 2. He's flied to center, grounded out to second. 3-0 Phillies thanks to a 3-run home run by Jimmy Rollins.
You got to get 2 early strikes on Fukudome in order for him to swing at a bad pitch. Just doesn't swing at a lot of bad pitches. Doesn't have the power, however, of a lot of the other Japanese players.
Think about it, though. Hideki Matsui is really the only Japanese player that came to the States and was a power hitter from the get-go and all the way through.
All the way through is right. They felt that he was going to be the same way. And in between there, maybe of an Ichiro.
Liner to center. Victorino makes the easy play. And there are 2 outs. Well, every time the Phillies retired the opposing team 1-2-3, and Danny Baez did that in the 5th. Kyle Kendrick did it in the 1st. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Xfinity HD Triple Play, your complete lineup for digital TV, lightning fast internet, and home phone. 2 outs. Here's Darwin Barney. Hitless in 2 at bats. Takes a strike on the outside corner. Baez still throwing at 94 miles an hour.
Well, he has a good fastball. His only problem at times is his location. We've seen the breaking ball that he throws.
There is the breaking ball and didn't break. Second base runner tonight against Baez. He walked 1 in the 4th, and now he's hit a batter.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, is that control and that fastball that's 94. Once you end up being able to get the breaking ball or the off-speed pitches over more, you'll be able to have a little bit easier time in getting hitters out. So I still got to watch him. I'm sure Quaddy, manager, will try and have these guys running. Well, when you're not playing very well, you feel you have nothing to lose, so you'll do things that you wouldn't normally do.
There he goes. Pitch is taken low. No chance for Sardina. And that stolen base, the 4th of the year for Barney.
Yeah, first base coach Bob Demir will give him the time on what he is to the plate. Anywhere near 1-3, 1-4. Take a look at it as he just takes off, straight steal without a throw. Look at that jump he gets. You know he's still in the bag. Never looked around until he was on it.
So he's in scoring position. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Castro. He's missing here now to these last two hitters. Sardina's seen enough. He's going to go out and give a word of advice to Danny Baez. Sarge, you mentioned Bob Dernier, who's the first base coach for the Cubs, former Philly. He had two different stints with the Phillies, 80 to 83, 88 to 89. He had 42 stolen bases for the Phillies in 1982, and then 45 for your Cubs in 84.
Yeah, I had a good time. He actually won a Gold Glove that particular year in 84. He was ticketed to go to the minor leagues before that deal was made. So, you know, he was very happy to go to Chicago.
There's Juan Samuel, who was such a big part of those Phillies teams in the 80s as well. And then you go across the diamond to the third base coach's box, where Ivan de Jesus, former Phil, is over there.
Ex-teammate.
Line drive, base hit it to right field. Brown gets to it, and the runner rounding third, heading for home. The throw to the plate on one hop, and it's bobbled by Sardina. It was a tough hop. Sardina will probably tell you he should have picked it up. And it's a 3-1 ball game.
Oh, that's a big play with the stolen base there. See Barney as he coming in and getting a few knuckles. Ball hit so hard, almost handcuffed Dominic Brown in right field. Although, give him credit, he got off a good throw. There's that handcuff I'm talking about. Good arm he has. He throws that ball. Let me tell you, this ball's got to be caught.
Yep.
Ball's got to be caught in the play, but you can't do anything until you catch the ball. That's a good throw. Fairly good hop. That ball just stayed him up. It shows you how much that Dominic has on that throw coming from right field.
Yeah, the bounce was a little higher than I think Sardina anticipated, but you saw his frustrations as the runner hit the plate. So Charlie Manuel making a pitching change as Danny Baez's evening is complete. 2 outs here at the top of the 6th. The Phils up by 2. The Cubs have put a run across the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th, and now the tying run is coming to the plate to face J.C. Romero. Romero in his 22nd game, no wins, a 3.60 earned run average. Danny Baez was moving along pretty well, and then he hit Darwin Barney and allowed the single to Starlin Castro to then bring Barney home. That was after Barney stole second.
Yeah.
Dominic Brown made a decent throw to the plate. The ball, as Sarge mentioned, ate up Dane Sardina, the catcher, and Barney was able to score.
Yeah, I thought it was a ball that he could handle.
Yeah.
It was a tough hop out in the outfield. Castro hitting the ball awful hard to right field.
Well, here's Carlos Pena now. And Pena swings at the first pitch from J.C. Romero, and it's 0-1.
Boy, this guy swings for a home run, it seems, just about every single time.
He hit under 200 last year with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well,
played every day.
I know it. Got a good contract, too, from the Chicago Cubs for doing that. They thought maybe they'd catch lightning in a bottle, or this guy would hit for a higher average. He does have decent power numbers.
That one around home plate. Sardina's there. Side is retired. That was a good pitch by J.C. Romero to get Carlos Pena. So the Cubs leave one in scoring position. They get one. We go to the bottom of the sixth here in Philadelphia. Brought to you by Jeep Brand. We don't just make SUVs, we make history. By Citizens Bank. We're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Well, here in Philadelphia, the Phillies lead it 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the sixth. James Russell is the new pitcher for the Cubs. The lefty, 1-5, a 5.66 earned run average. We had a 1 hour and 17-minute rain delay here in Philadelphia, and it's clear now. Up in New York, where the Red Sox and the Yankees are scheduled, well, they're going to begin in about 10 minutes.
Good for them.
I mean, it's a 10:30 Eastern time start. Josh Beckett against C.C. Sabathia.
Oh, no wonder they'll start at that game there at midnight, but really, you don't want to start having a lot of double headers, but more importantly, you don't want to have your best pitcher on your team not pitch when he's supposed to or on his particular day.
Well, tonight, both starters didn't last past the third. In fact, Kyle Kendrick went 3. Randy Wells went 2 1/3 because of the rain.
Yeah.
And now Russell picks up for Rodrigo Lopez, who went 2 2/3. Dominic Brown lays off a breaking ball. Swing and a miss.
I just still can't tell how well he might or if he will hit left-handers. He certainly has the ability to, but that's one of the pitches he'll have to learn how to hit, which is that slider or breaking ball that breaks away from him.
So he's retired for the first out here in the sixth. It gives us a chance to remind everybody that the Mega Millions is up to $33 million. The Powerball, it's at $20 million. Mega Millions is Tuesdays and Friday, and the Powerball goes off Wednesdays and Saturdays, Sarge.
All right.
So you have a chance at both jackpots if you get your tickets by tomorrow morning. I know you'll be busy tomorrow preparing for the ball game.
Exactly right, Tom. And getting here early to do that.
0-1 count to Sardina. Fly ball left field. Man, that's way up there. Yeah, there are 2 outs.
Pretty good swing. Just missed from hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Michael Martinez will pitch hit for J.C. Romero. I'll tell you what, the job that Baez did, 2 2/3, he allowed a run. And I guess you could, throw J.C. in there too. Now enables the Phillies to have the game set up in the 7th inning with Stutz, Bastardo, 8th inning Contreras, 9th inning Matson.
Yeah, that's how you hope that it would actually go. Big pitch there too by J.C. getting Pena.
Fly ball center field, easy play for Colvin, and an easy inning for James Russell. Phillies go down quietly here in the 6th. Michael Stutz is coming in to pitch the top of the 7th here in Philadelphia.
Time for the Verizon Wireless game. So we play a little bit late here tonight. Rain delay, first one of the year. Phillies with a 3-spot in the 2nd inning. Jimmy Rollins with a 3-run home run, a 1-hour 17-minute rain delay in the 3rd inning. Phillies have not scored since the Cubs just got a run in the 6th inning, so it's a battle of the bullpens right now, Tom.
Yeah, the bullpen for the Phillies did a nice job. Danny Baez 2 2/3 allowed a run on 1 hit. J.C. Romero got a big out to get Carlos Pena to pop out to finish up the 6th. And now as we go to the 7th, it's Michael Stutz's turn. Stutz 2.87 earned run average, 16 strikeouts, and 15 2/3 for the rookie. His first look at the Cubs and Aramis Ramirez. And he delivers a fastball upstairs, 1-0.
It's like all hands on deck tonight. Bastardo was up, Contreras was up, because the game has stayed close. So, you're going to use a lot of your pitchers after the rain delay. When, of course, Kyle couldn't come back. Kyle Kendrick couldn't come back after that long a rain delay, and neither could their guy.
Well, you're going to use a lot of your pitchers, but the fact that Baez was able to go 2 2/3 and then J.C. Romero both picking up for Kendrick.
Yeah, that really helped. But what I memean is, you're going to get into this, in a tight game, you're going to get in these situations where you have to use a guy for a third of an inning like they just did.
1-2 the count.
If you have a lot of runs and you're blowing the game open, you don't have to worry about making changes. But they're going to have to manage this as it is a very tight game late in the inning. Of course, they're kind of used to that this year.
Absolutely. Got him on the outside corner. 94 miles an hour, one away.
Ramirez is not happy. Looked like a good pitch.
Sure did.
Let's see if we can tell here. That looked like it was on the corner.
It was right where Sardina wanted it. He didn't really move his glove. Now Blake DeWitt. Hitless in 2 at-bats. He hit one to the deepest part of the ballpark his last time up that Victorino tracked down. Not a bad spot with that 1-1 pitch. It tucked inside, according to the home plate umpire, Field and Colbreth. Well, he fooled him on that slider. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is game 7 of a long road trip for the Cubs. They came to Philadelphia from Cincinnati. So you stick around, you get a souvenir. That's softly hit to first. Ryan Howard will flip it over to Stutz for the second out. And because there hasn't been a base runner, Charlie Manuel has been able to leave Stutz in there here in the 7th. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. Find a branch near you. Visit citizensbank.com.
You look at their bench, and they have Brad Snyder as a left-handed batter that they could bring off, and then they have a switch hitter, Corey Hill, who's their other catcher.
Giovanni Soto tonight. Hitless in 2 at-bats.
And Hill has always been a better left-handed hitter.
They could use Zambrano.
Could always use Zambrano, right? He's some weapon to have sitting around your dugout if you need a pinch hitter.
One ball, 1 strike to count.
A night game tomorrow, so even if you have a late game tonight, you don't necessarily send your pitcher back to the hotel.
Ooh, that 19-inning ball game. Cliff Lee went back to his apartment, because he had to get some sleep for the next day.
Right.
And he wound up staying up watching the game.
That game was
riveting.
It was. I had more people talk about that. They said I couldn't turn it. I said, you're kidding me. They said, no, I couldn't turn it off. So when it got so deep into it, just had to find out who won. There's Kyle Kendrick, did a nice job tonight, and he really had the potential to pitch a lot more innings. He looked very good tonight.
It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Giovanni Soto. Liner to left. That'll stay fair and head to the wall. And Soto's on his way to second. And he'll get there standing.
Well, now you have Tyler Colvin coming up, left-handed hitter. And we'll see if they make a move here. They do have 2 right-handed hitters on their bench available.
Charlie Manuel hasn't moved from his chair in the dugout. They may just allow Stutz to go after him. And Colvin's really been struggling.
Yep.
Colvin's 0 for 2 tonight, 0 for his last 34. He does have home run power, though. 20 home runs last year.
Well, this is a guy they thought was going to step up and be a big time player for them.
Takes a strike. He tried to get that same pitch before to Blake DeWitt and didn't get it. Just a tad inside.
Throwing fastball, slider. He hung a slider to Soto for that double.
That's a slider outside, and it's 2-1. Soto's in scoring position. Phillies bullpen has been one of its biggest bright spots this year, even with all the injuries they've sustained.
And they're trying to stay away. You notice this, almost his whole at bat, they've stayed away from Colvin, staying away from any power that he might have middle in to hurt you here. Let's see if they go back out there again.
2-2 the count.
Looks like it.
Try to slider again. It's 3-2.
Yeah, he keeps throwing that backdoor breaking ball to him. That's Russell. Of course, he's not going to hit.
Stays alive. That was a slider up.
Yeah, they keep doing the same thing with him. They're trying this backdoor breaking ball, and you know he kind of looked like he looked for it a little bit. You know, he cheated a little bit away. Then I don't know whether you think about trying to come inside. What you worry about inside to a left-handed hitter is dropping the head on and really getting hurt, even when you're 0 for 34.
Outside, ball 4. That just missed. Runners on first and second with 2 outs.
Both last 2 innings, 2 outs, nobody on base, and trouble.
Well, it's going to be Brad Snyder who will pinch hit for the Cubs. So they bring the lefty off the bench, and let's see if Charlie Manuel counters. Again, he doesn't look like he's moving. There's no announcement just yet, so he might be waiting for that. There he goes.
Yeah, they're just waiting out there too. They're stalling out there. They're waiting for the announcement. They're making sure Bastardo's ready. And, you know, he's going to bring him in, and even if they bring another pinch hitter up, he wants that matchup.
Well, Bastardo's been good against lefties and righties, so the advantage most likely would go to the Phillies no matter who it is that's going to pinch hit for the Cubs. So Charlie Manuel's heading out to the mound. That's going to be it for Michael Stutz. He got the first 2 outs, then a double and a walk. So the Cubs have the tying run over at first with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 11 All-Star Game in Phoenix helps send your favorite Philly to this year's All-Star Game. You can vote up to 25 times at Phillies.com. Visit Phillies.com today. Cast your ballot. Vote early. Vote often. Vote today at Phillies.com. Rich Doobie talking to Michael Stutz. And Michael got the first 2 outs and then allowed the double and the walk. Looks like Dubes is almost looks like he's imitating a hitter there.
He is. Or else it's his golf swing. No, he's imitating a hitter, something that my wife's going to mar. There's something about a swing. You know, sometimes they'll ask the pitcher and the catcher whether or not they can whether they can see something the hitter was. I mean, I mentioned it was very obvious that they were staying away from the whole at bat with fastball slider, except for one pitch in. And, you know, were they questioning that? I don't know.
Well, runners on first and second. Lou Montañez will be the pinch hitter now for the Cubs. It was Brad Snyder. And they pulled him back, so instead of the lefty, it'll be the righty against Bastardo, who delivers a fastball for a strike.
Right, and they knew they could get this, but they wanted this matchup. What they didn't want was Stutz against a left-handed hitter. So they knew they could get a right-handed hitter for the announced pinch hitter, Snyder, and decided, okay, we're going to go with that. If that's what the Cubs decided to do, and they did.
Slider inside and low, 1-1. Montañez has spent some time in the big leagues with the Baltimore Orioles. He originally was a first-round selection by the Cubs back in 2000. Spent 7 years in the minor leagues with Chicago and then went over to Baltimore. And that's when he made his major league debut. He has 4 major league home runs. 1-2 the count.
And he's pretty well known in Philadelphia, of course. This kid is from Puerto Rico, and Willie Montañez from Puerto Rico played here for a lot of years with a lot of flair before the Phillies acquired Gary Maddox for him.
Turned out to be a pretty good trade.
Oh, very good.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. And Sardina couldn't hold on. There's Soto taking his lead off second. Colvin off first. Better speed at first than at second. Check swing. Evened up the count at 2-2. Wheels, they're underway up in New York after a 3-hour 27-minute rain delay between the Yankees and the Red Sox.
That'll be quite a crowd. The ones that are there, they really want to be.
Heck of a pitching matchup on paper. Beckett against Bathia. Here it's Bastardo against Montañez. 2-2 the count. 3-2, and now the runners will be off. Top of the order, Kosuke Fukudomi waits. Runners take off. Popped up. Foul territory. Third base. Polanco's there. And the inning is over. So it got a little tense here at the top of the 7th. Michael Stutz and Bastardo combined to get through the frame. Cubs lead 2. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia. Stump the Fans Trivia Quiz Answer. Wheels, we gave you an extra 1 hour and 17 minutes to try to figure out the answer to this question. In 1984, Cubs GM Dallas Green traded Dave Soup Campbell, and Mike Diaz. He was a Diaz. He was a catcher. Didn't come out right. To the Phillies for which 3 players?
Well, Sarge and Bob Dernier.
You say confidently.
And
this is the tough one.
This was the tough one. It took me a little while. A Nicaraguan right-hander by the name of Porfirio Altamirano.
You are correct. That was very good, Wheels. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans, and we want to thank Dallas Green for coming over and helping Wheels with that answer.
You know, he didn't. But you know what I did do? I saw him outside at one point, and I said, here's a trivia question. What do you think about this answer? And he nodded his head, said, that's it. And I said, you thief. And he just started laughing. There he is.
Yep,
what a thief he was for that deal. And he just laughed and said, I know.
Rollins lines the pitch to left, and Blake DeWitt makes the catch. Blake DeWitt looking like Sarge in a Cub uniform out there making that play.
No, he didn't, because it hit his glove. Sarge gets teased about that. Sarge was not a bad outfielder. I hear that once in a while, too. And I think, come on.
You say it.
Well, I kid him about it. But, he admits he caught him with his belly. But, a lot of guys done that over the years. He was a good outfielder.
By the way, think about that, though. Dallas Green got Sarge and Bob Dernier in that trade.
Yes. What do you think I called him a thief for?
Yeah.
And then in that year was in 1984 they made that deal. Was the year they should have gone to the World Series, but they hate to bring it up to them, but they got beat by the Padres 3 in a row after they were 2 up. And the Padres lost to the Tigers in the World Series.
Placido Polanco has it even 1-1.
You don't want to bring that up around those guys because that's painful.
No. Seems like you just did.
Yeah, well, they're not in here. Don't tell them.
That was the year Rick Sutcliffe won the.
Dallas got Rick Sutcliffe from Cleveland that year at the deadline, and he won the Cy Young Award.
Yep. 16-1.
I think the deadline then was in June because he had him for a while.
Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Polanco. Grounded to third. Aramis Ramirez is there. And there are 2 outs. Wheels, just so you know, I think Sarge just walked in the booth. He very rarely looks mad, and he doesn't look like he's too happy right now. He's going to squash you like a grape.
Oh boy. I was talking nice about him. But not that tough year they had.
2 outs now for Chase Utley.
We don't want to see him leave the Phillies that year.
First pitch to Utley's outside. No.
Why is he really in there? Is there a pizza back there or something?
I'm not sure if that's the way to make up to him. Utley's out in front. 1 ball and 1 strike. Utley singled back in the first, lined to right in the third, grounded to second in the fourth. Outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Wow.
John Graybo, who took over for Russell in this inning, got the first 2 outs very easily.
Graybo with the Pirates for a long time was a starting pitcher. What are you doing here? It's 2 outs and 2 strikes. No, 1 strike.
There's ball 4, so an extra batter.
Now, I said you were a good outfielder. I did.
Well, no, I didn't know what you. I was coming back in, and
okay.
People were talking and saying
No,
that.
you know what happened was I brought up 1984. And I know that's a sore subject. And Tom said, well, you don't want them to hear that. I said, they didn't hear it.
No, well, I did hear it.
Well, you did.
And Dallas heard it, too. Dallas is going to be in here any minute.
I'm telling you. Did you see his eyes go up? And you called him a thief?
He was. Well, listen to that. How about that trade?
He doesn't look like a thief.
One of the best men of all time here. I mean, you're kidding me.
That trading you and Bob Dernier in that deal? Come on.
One of the best men of all time.
Oh, yes.
I agree with you.
Well, he could judge talent, obviously.
Obviously.
By the way, there was a balk that was just called, so Utley's going up to second.
But, on the other end of it, some of us weren't real happy to lose you and Bob Dernier. But, what do we have to do with it?
Right, Bobby won a gold glove as we take a look at this balk here.
And I said it was a really tough thing that year that you guys were 2 games up and lost 3 in a row, and that's what you don't want to hear about.
Yeah, well, I mean, you had to bring it up, right? I mean,
it was part of the storyline.
Just want to keep my stomach in knots, huh?
Well, speaking. Here.
Okay, that's good.
Dallas just said you were a throw-in.
You were a throw-in.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, it was a good throw-in there.
Oh boy, was it ever?
And don't forget now, he took Sandberg, too. Why didn't you mention that?
That was another time.
Yeah, well.
That was uncomfortable.
There's a foul ball.
Hall of Famer.
It's no one ball and 1 strike.
Yeah. Dallas made a couple good deals when he dealt with the Phillies back in those days.
I got to think it was a little bit more than a couple there, Wills. Okay?
Boy, he moves quick.
I don't think he's going to be very happy with you anymore.
I've been talking nice about him. What are you kidding?
You called him a thief, Wills.
Well, he was a thief making that trade. I told him that to his face a little while ago. He knows it.
Look at those eyes.
I like him far away.
There's Bob Dernier. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, Ivan De Jesus was involved in the deal for Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah,
of course, Larry Boa, too.
Anytime you needed a player, it seemed like they'd go out and get it. You needed a shortstop, they'd get it. Second baseman, same thing.
Why they keep coming to the Phillies?
Left fielder, same thing.
Same thing.
That's right.
That's right.
Howard may have gone. Ooh, no swing, says Alan Porter. So runners on first and second. So 2 on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. And Shane Victorino's due up. Mike Quade is going to come out to the mound. Sarge, got a little pitching change going on here, so
yeah. Well,
you can go put your other hat back on.
I'm gonna get out of here, but let me tell you, Wills, I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be listening, okay?
Okay, sorry.
No more of that 84 stuff.
Hey, Wills, he's only a phone call away.
That's right.
I know.
And that catch with the stomach stuff?
No, I said you did once in a while, but you caught him with your glove.
Oh, my, it results.
You made a good, you were a good outfielder.
Thank you.
Later.
See you, Sarge. There's no pitching change, but we'll see you later anyway. Mike Quade was thinking about making a switch.
Yeah, it's a little surprising because, teams like Victorino hit left-handed more than right-handed. So, and did they have a right-hander up as kind of dealing with Sarge here?
2 outs here at the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch low, 1 ball and no strikes.
This game is one of those uncomfortable games, you would like to get more.
They did have a righty up at the beginning of the inning. Way outside, and it's 2-0. Victorino tonight is 1 for 3. Fly to left, singled. Grounded over to first. Hill's trying to add some insurance here in the bottom of the 7th. Had him a little off balance on that changeup. Out in front again. You figured he got the strike and he looked off balance. He'd throw it again.
Well, that's the way they want to pitch Victorino, too. That, even behind in the count, they throw him a lot of off-speed stuff.
So it's 2-2. Utley leads off second. Howard off first. And a swing and a miss. The ball gets away. And Soto throws to first, and the side is retired. So a strikeout. The putout goes 2-3. And the Phils leave a couple. So we go to the 8th. Jose Contreras looks like he's ready to go. We'll see if Bastardo or Contreras will start the inning. By Xfinity, only from Comcast, the official HD triple play provider of the Phillies. By Southwest Airlines, Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. And by Chevrolet. See your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyDealer.com. Top of the 8th, it's 3-1 Phillies. Antonio Bastardo will stay in the ballgame with Kosuke Fukudome due to lead it off for the Cubs. Contreras will continue to throw in the pen. We saw that shot of Contreras out in the bullpen as the inning was coming to a close, and realized that he was kind of just walking around. And with the lefty due up, Charlie Manuel has that much confidence in Bastardo to leave him in the game.
And then they go right, and then they go with Pena, come with Pena, the left-handed hitter. And it's only a 2-run game, so it'll be interesting to see where they go with this.
Fukudome's 0 for 3 tonight. That's a good pitch, boy. Back-to-back sliders, and that one, well, it almost seemed unhittable, but it was on the black.
Well, those are they're tough to hit. I mean, hitters are going to take them until they get 2 strikes a lot of times, or chase.
Another slider back toward the middle. Big hop for Utley. Throws across his body, 1 away. Hey, tomorrow at 7:05, the Phillies will take on the Cubs, and it's also a celebration of the Be a Fanatic About Reading Literacy Night presented by Comcast. Fans are asked to donate a book to benefit the Philadelphia Reads program. All book donations will be accepted at all gates, and fans donating a book will have an opportunity to win an autographed item. Well, it looks like it's going to be it for Antonio Bastardo. Here comes Jose Contreras. Charlie Manuel will take the baseball from Bastardo. He did his job, faced 2 batters, retired both. Contreras coming on with 1 out here in the 8th, and the Phils hanging on to a 2-run lead. one out here in the top of the 8th. They're digging deep into their bullpen to try to finish off this one. Time now, Wheels, for the Home Depot defensive play of the game. And we go all the way back to the 2nd with Aramis Ramirez at the plate.
And a good play by Raul Ibanez. He hits Jimmy Rollins. Quick release here by Jimmy Rollins off that short hop. Tagged by Chase Utley. Right there in front of the bag. Let him slide right into your glove. Good job. And that is our Home Depot defensive play of the game.
Home Depot doing more on defense. 7-6-4 was the put out. Here's Contreras, who takes over for Bastardo. He went 2/3, allowed nothing. Darwin Barney's the hitter. And the first pitch in there for strike.
Contreras hasn't pitched a whole lot lately. He struggled a little bit in that outing in Pittsburgh on Sunday. So they really need this guy to get back to close to where he was before he went on the DL. And back that time he was the closer.
Yeah, he saved 5 in 5 opportunities. That one's hit hard to short, but right at Jimmy Rollins. And there are 2 outs.
Well, the game plan, of course, is for Contreras to get the 2 right-handed hitters out, because now they're out of left-handers in the bullpen. And then go to Madsen in the 9th, and it doesn't matter left or right.
Kyle Kendrick started this game, went 3. Then Danny Baez 2 2/3 strong. J.C. Romero got a big out. He got Carlos Pena to pop out to the catcher. There's Kyle. Michael Stutz 2/3 of an inning. Then Antonio Bastardo 2/3 of an inning.
Like you say, that like we were saying, you could see this game was going to be all hands on deck tonight with the back end of the bullpen because it's so close, and there are matchups involved. And you lose a guy after a 1/3, 2/3, that sort of stuff.
Cubs have their 3rd lefty up and warming in the pen. That's Sean Marshall.
Used to be a starter.
Want to know the count to Starlin Castro. It'll be out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Nice job by a young fan. The ball deflected off of 3 gentlemen, and this young lady was able to, I don't know if she picked it out of the air or picked it up on the bounce. Not as strong a catch as Savannah Galati's catch the other night.
Oh, is that who?
Yeah.
Boy, she made a great play.
She lives in Woolwich Township. Wanted 2 the count. Craig Farnese, who's our camera operator in left field, he also lives in Woolwich, and he took the shot. So I'm wondering if he and Savannah had the game plan before the game started. If there's something up towards you, I'm going to make sure the camera is just on you.
Right. We're going to make a star out of you.
There's Greg. Atta boy, Greg. Got to have a feel, Greg. Got to have a feel.
Well, that was a tremendous catch and a tremendous shot by Greg.
2-2 the count to Starlin Castro. Hit hard. Oh, boy. Off the glove of Polanco and then off the tarp. Castro will get to 2nd. That's his 2nd hit of the night.
3rd straight inning, 2 outs and nobody on base, in trouble. And this is a guy that, Pena's not swinging the bat great, but he's scary in their lineup. And this is what they didn't want. Tough play there for Polanco, not guarding the line in a 2-run game. So as Tom described it, went off the webbing of the glove and just carrying him. It was going to be a double anyway.
That'll bring Pena to the plate. Pena 0 for 3. He grounded out, flied out to left, popped out to the catcher. As we said, that was a real big pitch by J.C. Romero.
Well, he's going to be swinging for a home run here. There's no doubt about that. And they want to stay away from his power, and his power is pull. Slider or a splitter. And he's swinging fastball all the way through a slider to him. Good job there to throw him something off speed on that first pitch.
throws it away, and it's now no balls and 2 strikes.
Great time now not to throw a strike, because this guy is really anxious. He's trying to hit the ball of the ballpark. You don't have to throw him a strike, and you may be able to get him out.
3-1 ball game. Top of the 8th. Runner at second. It's no balls and 2 strikes. What's left of the 156th consecutive sellout, and there's a good amount of people still here.
Sure are.
Even with the 1 hour and 17-minute rain delay, they're starting to make a little noise. And time is called. They're making a little noise up in New York. Curtis Granderson has hit a home run for the Yankees. I believe that's his 18th of the year. It's 2-0 Yankees.
Hitting a lot of them off left-handers too.
0-2 the count to Pena. The pitch from Contreras. Line drive down the right field line. That's in for a base hit. Castro's going to cruise home from second, and Pena is going to get to second. This is a 1-run game.
Just don't understand why they're coming inside there, but you know they thought I guess they thought they could jam him or strike him out in there. But you come inside to a guy like this, and you're in his power. And in this case, he fought it off and only got a double out of it, but he's still in scoring position. And they set up inside to come inside. There it is. I mean, there was, I don't know, just kind of thought they might throw split or slider there or something, because he was probably swinging, and you didn't have to give him a pitch to hit.
Well, now the tying runs in scoring position, and Aramis Ramirez, who's 1 for 3, is the hitter. And the first pitch is up high, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, this is Contreras' inning. There's nobody up and throwing.
Oh yeah, they've gotten to this point, and you know they were hoping he would just get the 2 right-handed hitters out and go to the 9th, and he got 1 of them out.
Back toward the middle. Rollins to his left. He's there and throws out Aramis Ramirez. The side is retired. But the Cubs get to within 1. And an RBI double by Carlos Pena. They leave 1 here in the 8th. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Well, next Wednesday, the Phillies will take on the Florida Marlins. And a reminder, that's a split day-night doubleheader. 1:05 is the rescheduled game from April 16th. So if you hold tickets that say Game 8 on your tickets, you use it for the first of the day-night doubleheader. Then 7:05 is the originally scheduled game. There are seats still available for both ball games. Go to Phillies.com. Raul Ibanez, a wave and a miss at the first pitch. It's 0-1. John Graybo is still in there for the Cubs. 0-2 the count to Ibanez. Sean Marshall sat down in the pen. He was only up in case the pitcher spot came up. Raul tonight 1 for 3. Singled and scored on the home run by Rollins. That's the only runs for the Phillies tonight.
Yeah, once again 3 runs, and they had a shot right after the rain delay, and Ramos Ramirez made a great play to take 2 runs away.
Really good play. Yep. Hit over to first, and it's gobbled up by Pena. Boy, he took a sweet old time. And Ibanez, hustling up the first base line, is retired by a step and a half.
It makes it tougher for the pitcher too, because the rule of thumb on that play is get it to him as quick as possible so he can find the bag. Pena looks like he's going in for some rosin. That's what he's doing, hitting the rosin bag there. But as Tom said, he took his time on this, and it makes it more difficult. See Graybo going over there, and right at that point is the first time he can look for the bag. And that's when the pitcher can have problems with his footwork and get hurt, or the play can fall apart.
In Wheels, we see so many times guys just not hustling up the first base line. Ibanez, I mean, he was digging.
No, he always runs hard. Yeah.
Up high, 2-0 to Dominic Brown. Ben Francisco's come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Dane Sardina.
So they're going to bring Ruiz in to catch Madsen in the 9th.
Yeah, Ruiz is on the stairwell. There's Carlos, so he'll pinch hit for the pitcher.
Right, get that far. There's Ryan ready to come in.
Brown in the air to center. That one just got into his kitchen. He got the green light on 3-0. And there are 2 outs. So here's Ben Francisco. Second time that we've seen Charlie Manuel give him the green light, 3-0. Francisco takes a strike. Overall, Ben hitting .224, 6 home runs, 25 runs batted in. And he rips it foul. Look out. Look out.
Oh, looking around for the ball down there.
Everybody looks like they're okay. Ben's probably wondering, when's the other team going to throw a left-hander?
Yeah. Phillies are on a run of, you're right, Tom. Phillies are on a run of right-handed pitchers.
Just hasn't gotten a chance to start because there haven't been lefties. That one's in the air to left center field. Towering shot. Colvin back toward the alleyway, and he bumped into DeWitt, and he made the catch. The side is retired. Phillies go down in order here in the 8th. So it's time for Ryan Madsen in a 1-run game as we go to the 9th.
Sunday.
The Sixers almost answered the dreams of their fans and won the NBA title. All week on Sports Night, we'll relive all the moments with your favorite members of the 01 Eastern Conference champion Sixers. Get all the news Philly fans need to know on Sports Night after the game on Comcast Sportsnet.
That was a great run they had.
In fact, Allen Iverson, I read today, is thinking about making a comeback to finish up his career on the right note with an NBA team.
Okay.
Ryan Matson, the new pitcher for the Phillies. He'll come on in a one-run game here in the top of the ninth. By the way, John Mayberry has hit a walk-off home run for the Iron Pigs as they upended Durham tonight, 6-5. That was a game that was delayed because of rain.
They keep winning.
They keep on winning. See Matson's numbers: 14 saves and 14 opportunities. He'll face Blake DeWitt, Giovanni Soto, and then Tyler Colvin. And the first pitch, a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1.
What has been now a one-run game. 3 straight innings. They got 2 outs and they had 2 outs and nobody on base, and then trouble. Right now, let's go 1, 2, 3 and get out of here.
Get out of Dodge with the first victory or the first game in the back pocket for the Phils. Good way to start it. A chopper to Utley. Hesitates for a moment and throws out DeWitt. 1 gone. Phillies have played 35 games in which they've scored 3 runs or less. Now this would be 36. But you can't put it into that column until they finish it off.
Yeah, you don't want them to score any more tonight. You want it to be 3 runs or less.
Change up low to Soto, 1-0.
This is the only point in the game you want it to be that way.
Soto has a double in 3 official at-bats. 2-0 the count. Games decided by 2 or fewer runs. The Phillies are 19-11. How about the Red Sox have played 25 games that have been decided by 2 runs or less? Papelbon's been good for them. In the air to left field. Ibanez going back, and this ball game is tied. Oh boy. The first blown save of the year for Ryan Matson, and Giovanni Soto drills one to left center field for a 3-3 game.
This game just kind of, mentioned earlier, had kind of an uneasy feel to it because they were sitting on that 3 spot and the Cubs kept coming after them. And the Cubs have had so many things go against them lately. As Tom said, first blown save, and the last home run he allowed was to Aramis Ramirez of the Cubs last year in July. Wow.
So it's 3-3 here at the top of the ninth. 1 out, and Tyler Colvin will be the hitter. Well, now the Cubs bullpen starts to loosen.
Well, they're in a lot better shape for an extra inning game, because the Phillies are down to David Herndon now because they had to do all these moves in this game for a third here, 2/3 there, because guys couldn't get out of innings.
Sean Marshall, Carlos Marmol, they're loosening up in the pen for the Cubs. 0-1 the count to Colvin. To right field. Brown going back toward the wall. He leaps, and that one is gone. And the Cubs have taken the lead. Shane Victorino's putting his hand up. I think he's saying that a fan interfered with that home run.
That did have the potential for a guy to have reached over. How about a way to snap that over?
He had been 0 for his last 34 before that home run. Here comes Charlie Manuel, and he's going to ask Field and Colbert to take a look at that one. Let's take a look, see what you think.
He's reaching over.
He's reaching over, yep.
Oh, they got to review that one.
Adrian Johnson is the second base umpire. That's who Charlie Manuel will go talk to. So if they review this, and if our eyes are telling the truth, then Colvin will be back at second base.
Well, that's why they have the technology.
Yep. Now, we haven't seen a home run overturned this year. And the umpires will confer and will eventually, I would think, look at this. Right there, the gentleman in the red shirt reached over, and if he hadn't, that ball would have hit that fence and been in play.
This one has a chance to be overturned.
Watch his hands go down right there. They're over the railing.
Yep.
And the ball hits him right in the palm of the hands, and then he bobbles it.
And what it did was then go into the stands, and that that made them really think it was a home run because the ball went into the stands.
You know, it's interesting, Wills, looking at that replay again, it looked like his hands were in front of the fence, but then as that ball rolled off his palms and went behind the fence,
well, it just spun up. Yeah, it spun up, spun backwards off his hands. He didn't catch it. I don't know. That's they'll have to go take a look now. We'll see.
Well, Victorino reacted right away and put his hand up, saying that ball had been interfered with. So 3 of the umpires go down to take a look at it, and then the home plate umpire Fieldon Colbert stays on the field just to maintain order. There's Fieldon. And they will get a chance to see all of the replays that we're showing you. Everything that's available on both telecasts, the Cubs telecast, the Phillies telecast, they are supposed to be able to see. Here's another look. Watch the gentleman in the red Phillies shirt sitting next to the gentleman in the gray shirt. Reach down right there. It looks like his hands are in front of the fence. It hits his palms and then rolls up his arm and then slides onto the ground.
Then it goes into the stands.
Yeah.
And then he picks it up and throws it back onto the field.
Well, this will be an interesting reaction. Mike Quade, the manager of the Cubs, has had some discussions with the umpires this year on several different occasions that we've seen from a distance. Charlie Manuel has always said that he wants the umpires to get it right. He's not a big believer in instant replay. As you would imagine, he is kind of old school. But we've seen since this has been implemented that it has been good for the game.
They're taking a while, too.
They are.
That means they're really looking at it, because we've had some of these before and they're back out fast.
Right. In fact, the ones we've had this year, they've been down and back very quickly.
Right.
Fieldon Colbert just peeked over toward the stairwell. The stairwell where they watch the video is just past the Diamond Club, between the Diamond Club and the Cubs dugout, right there. And they are taking a number of looks, it seems, at that. And as we mentioned, if they do deem interference, then Colvin will go back to second. He's taking a look at his phone. I'm sure folks will let him know. Yeah, we saw you. And then Matson has to get himself kind of back together if there's a runner at second. And one out. This is what they're looking at. And again, gentleman in the red T-shirt and the blue jean shorts right there over the railing. Bam.
I really think he can overturn that. Just see what they're seeing down there. But he's reaching over the fence.
Yeah.
And his hands are low below the fence.
And then this battle for the ball.
Yeah, well, then it hit his forearm and just spun backwards into the stands.
Well, that's a good point. As you said, it spun backward into the stands. It's hard sometimes to keep your hands out of play, but it is so important to keep your hands out of play. But it's hard. I mean, it is, because your reaction is, as a fan, that you want that baseball.
And that Tyler Colvin was 0 for what?
He was 0 for his previous 34.
And no matter what, he snapped that.
Here we go. Umpires are coming up. Fieldon Colbert has been called over.
See, they would have. Well, let's wait.
They're going to put him back at second.
They got it right.
They got it right. Oh, maybe not. Whoa, hold on a second. Charlie Manuel is being asked to come out behind home plate. Maybe they're just going to explain it.
Yeah. We called both managers out.
It's kind of what they do at a basketball game, a college basketball game. They bring both head coaches over, confer. Yeah, Mike Quade they're putting him back at second. You know what? Mike Quade started to say something to the crew chief, Gary Cedarstrom, and he just pointed to second. I think he was going to try to explain it, but Quade started to say something, so he's like, you know what, I'm not going to explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, because he reacted immediately, but you know, it really did look like the guy reached over. He did, you know, we're not trying to homer it, but you know, we'd say it if it were the other way, if it looked like it was over the fence.
Well, yeah, because the video video shows it.
It did show it, and that's why they have this right now for those kind of calls.
So now Mike Quade is saying something to Field and Colbert. Now, you think he's saying that he should be over third?
Good point. But how can they put him on third when the ball bounced into the stands? It's a ground rule double then. You know, not a ground. Well, yeah, in a way it is.
Yeah.
Now this guy's going to have to be relocated.
So a runner on second in a 3-3 game with one out. And a pinch hitter is going to be introduced for the Cubs. This is DJ LeMahieu. And he will pitch hit for Chicago. He'll bat for Graybo. So it's a brand new game in so many ways. The Cubs have tied it on a home run. Now they have the go-ahead run in scoring position. And the first pitch, low and away, 1-0. A little bit of an adrenaline rush from Matson.
Well, he's been standing around for a long time, too.
Mike Quade is he's still trying to explain it. I guess if the shoe was on the other foot, you know, you'd feel the same way.
Yeah. Well, you never like to have one taken off the board, and you know, before this technology came along, it wouldn't have happened.
It wouldn't have happened. Nope. One ball, one strike to count. LeMahieu, one hit in 7 at-bats in his first year in the majors.
You got the feeling that it was going to be good for the Phillies when it took them so long to come out. Because if it's so obvious, like you said, Tom, we've seen it before, they come right back out, you know, put the circle above the head and home run.
Yeah, they come out fast. Stays alive and fouls it away. Just got a piece of that changeup, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, this is a true test for any closer, is if you give the lead back, you have to be able to get back into the swing of things to get through an inning and keep it, let's say, here at 3-3. That's why it's so hard to be in this spot.
Right, and one thing Madson's done very well, as you showed by that stat, is keep the ball in the ballpark. Almost a year between homers.
Brad Lidge, who is sitting and watching as he rehabs his arm. He knows what it's like to be in that spot. Got him. Change up, swung on and missed. 2 outs. So 2 down, and Kosuke Fukudome is the hitter. Looking ahead to the home ninth, the Phillies will have Ruiz and then the top of the order. And they're going to walk Fukudome intentionally here and deal with Darwin Barney, the rookie who hasn't seen Matson's changeup before.
And Barney's a guy that doesn't swing and miss a whole lot. He's a guy that does make contact, but all they need is an out. You don't have to worry about a strikeout. And Fukudome is such a veteran hitter. They tried a little sneak play there at second. Fukudome is such a veteran hitter and puts the ball in play and can put it in play so many different ways. You know, they're going to put him on.
So first and second with 2 outs here in the top of the ninth in a 3-3 game. Darwin Barney tonight is 0 for 3. He has been aboard, though. He was hit by a pitch. That home run, by the way, by Soto was his first home run in more than a month.
We just got a couple pitches up in this inning, and they hammered him. Line drives, too.
Barney bounces it to short. Rollins takes the hop, throws to first. The inning is over. The Cubs have tied it up with a home run by Giovanni Soto. It was his 4th of the year. This was a bullet, folks. First home run allowed by Matson since the middle of last year. And then the Cubs thought they had the lead. But fan interference. Colvin went back to second. And we go to the ninth, tied at 3. Tied at 3. The Phils will have an opportunity to win it here in the ninth. They'll have to do it against another left-hander. Mike Quade has certainly capitalized on the 3 left-handers he has in his bullpen. Sean Marshall's made the transition into being a relief pitcher and has made it, well, he's done a good job with it. 2-0 with a 1.03 ERA. A strikeout per inning pitched.
A good breaking ball, too. He throws changeup and slider, plus fastball. The left-handed hitters against him. Well, not all that. 229 career and 205 this year.
While Ruiz digs in, David Herndon is up and throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies.
Yeah, he's the last pitcher.
Carlos came on to catch in the top of the ninth. And they put him in the pitcher's spot. Matson is in the 8-hole. And the first pitch from Marshall to Ruiz. Inside, 1-0. Phillies do have 2 moves off the bench.
What do they have to say, Valdez, the pitch?
I was thinking the same thing.
Let's not go there again. Hopefully.
1-1 the count to Ruiz. He looked like he was taking a strike.
Yeah, Aramis Ramirez sitting almost on the third baseline right now. Big hole on the left side. See it there.
Hit towards shortstop. That ball was hung a little bit. Castro throws out Ruiz for the first out. 1 away here in the ninth. Phillies scored 3 runs in the second on the homer by J-Roll, but they've left 8 in this game.
Well, we talked about 3 runs that you hoped it would be another one of those ones that would be enough to win. Well, now it's not going to be enough to win, and it's just really hard to keep winning games scoring 3 runs or less.
There's Herndon. Rollins 1 for 4. Takes a breaking ball for strike 1.
Cubs have a lot of pitchers left too. They still have Samardzija, they still have Kerry Wood, and they have their closer Marmol, which basically is the back end of their bullpen.
Back toward the middle. Oh, man. Caught by Marshall. Jimmy smoked it. And that ball was caught by Marshall, but it really did catch him.
It really did. It caught him. Absolutely. You could see him ducking his head to get out of the way, and he just threw his glove up. Watch what he does with his head here. It's supposed to be a high fastball, and he just ducks his head and throws the glove up, and it goes in the glove. First thing he's trying to do is get his head out of the way. Full speed. Oh. And that ball was hammered.
So Rollins robbed here at the bottom of the ninth. 2 outs now for Polanco. He takes outside 1-0. Polanco tonight has been on base twice. He reached on an error his first time up. Single, an infield single in the 4th. Two and 2 the count to Polanco. Those are basically the same pitches that he just threw.
Both backdoor breaking balls.
Grounder foul, and Polanco stays alive. Polanco with 99 career home runs. He's not a home run hitter, but he is on the cusp of a little personal history.
Well, it would be really nice history. Hit one right here for his 100th.
Certainly would be one he'd remember. Not this time. Down swinging. And the side is retired. The Phillies go down in order here in the 9th. So it's time for some extra innings here at Citizens Bank Park with the game tied up at 3. As we go to the top of the 10th here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies are down to their last relief pitcher. Joey Manuel has been down to his last relief pitcher before this season in extra innings. Phillies are 2-3 in extra inning ball games. Meanwhile, the Chicago Cubs, they played a lot of tough games this year. They are 2-2 in extra inning games. So David Herndon will take over for the Phillies here in the 10th, and Herndon will face the middle of the Cubs order. David, a 5.94 ERA in 15 ball games. He's pitched scoreless baseball since coming back from the minors the first time. He's been back to Lehigh Valley twice this year. And he throws a slider for a strike. It's 0-1.
This game stays tied. They're going to just keep marshaling the game because you're going to go with all these left-handed hitters starting to come up for the Phillies next inning. And, you know, if they were to go ahead, you would think they'd get Marmol up. There's one of those hold your breath moments. One cat, you don't have any catcher left.
Yeah, now that Pete Orr's down in the minors, I assume it's Valdez that's the emergency catcher. And the emergency pitcher.
Yeah, they won't find out.
Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Castro tonight has been on base twice. He's 2 for 3. An RBI, a run scored. Just 21 years old.
He's a good-looking player, this kid. They talk about how he rarely swings and misses, and he's such a young player. They think, well, sometimes, you know, you're better off you swing and miss because he puts some balls in play that are weak outs. But there's something to be said for that too, on a positive note.
Out in front, stays alive.
See how much contact he makes. You know, he's just one of those guys. And there aren't a whole lot of them anymore.
In the air to shallow, ball carried pretty well. He didn't really take a great swing at it. Thought it was going to be closer than that for Dominic Brown, but he makes the catch. One away.
Yeah, he had one of those out front swings that looked like a little bit. I know what you're saying, out in the front foot, and he drove it pretty well.
Here's Carlos Pena. Pena picked up an RBI double in the 8th against Contreras. That made it a 1-run game. His only hit tonight, he's 1 for 4. How about he has 24 RBIs since the 3rd of May?
Had a very difficult season last year and has been, you know, kind of struggling with them this year. They signed him for 1 year at big number, yeah.
One year at $10 million.
The Rays were changing some things around and it hasn't hurt them.
Well, and it also helped them at least in this year's draft because, you know, they lost all these players, the Rays did, and they had so many first-round picks and compensation picks. Outside, 2-0 the count to Pena. They got Matt Garza, the Cubs did, from the Rays, so Tampa Bay lost one of their best starters.
That was in a trade, right?
Right. Jason Bartlett was traded to the Padres. But then they lost guys like, you know, Pena to free agency.
Put him a lot of breaking balls. Another one.
Pena thought that was the same pitch. 3-1 the count.
Thinking, does this guy throw a fastball? He went.
Alan Porter, the Philadelphia native, over umpiring at third.
He swings at this. Sure looked like it. Oh, yeah. He might have hit that 300 feet if he didn't make contact. He knew it, too. You know, he was kind of just trying to sneak out of the batter's box.
He was kind of surprised that Fielding Colbert didn't, make the call. So it's 3-2 now to Pena. A liner to right. Brown will play it on a couple hops. And that's the second hit for Pena in the game.
See how deep he was. They had all the outfielders in that defense where you're playing don't let him hit it over your head. So early in the game, that ball has a chance to be caught, but you don't want to double there.
Aramis Ramirez now the hitter. Now Ramirez is a candidate to do a number of different things, including hit into a double play.
Right.
He's grounded out to Rollins twice tonight. And he takes inside and low. 1 ball, no strikes.
Looks like Marmol's starting to toss out there.
Yeah.
Now they have a base runner. So we mentioned they'll go with Marshall if you keep the game tied, and Marmol will come in if they take the lead.
Fly ball down the right field line. Brown giving it a look. It's slicing out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Ramos Ramirez came into this ball game hitting .286. He's grounded into 3 double plays this year. That's a good pitch. He had him swinging fastball, and he threw a slider that almost looked like a curve the way it was dropping.
It almost looked like a backup slider the way he swung at it. Looked like it started back towards him.
One-two pitch coming to Ramirez. Hit back toward the middle, under the glove of Rollins into center field. Boy, I really thought Jimmy was going to get that one on the dive. They probably would have only gotten 1. I think he thought he was going to get it 2. So runners on first and second with 1 out.
Well, they really weren't even playing in double play depth just for that reason, so that they could try to cut it off going up the middle, and he just wasn't able to get there.
Just past the pinky of that glove.
And look at another breaking ball, too. He's throwing a lot of sliders in this inning.
So now Blake DeWitt will bat with the go-ahead run in scoring position. DeWitt's 0 for 4. He's grounded out twice. He's popped out twice. Oh, there's a sinker for strike 1. That's the thing too, Wheels. You know, he's a sinker ball pitcher, right, looking for a ground ball, and like you said, he's throwing that slider, and it's been good at times.
You think they would try? They may stay with some sinkers now to try and get the ground ball.
There's the ground ball. Utley charges. Oh, he barehanded it. Stepped on second. He won't get 2. Well, Ramirez clogged up the base path. I think Chase wanted to barehand it, make the tag and the throw. Now there are 2 outs. Boy, did he take a chance barehanding that baby.
Really? He sees a runner coming at him, and he, like you said, he's going to barehand and throw. No, Ramirez certainly didn't run into any potential tag. Jimmy Rollins was standing there. Even if he flipped it to him, I don't think he's going to get him at that point at first.
Well, here's Soto now with 2 away. He's the reason we're here in the 10th. He homered his last time up to tie the game up. First and third, 2 outs. Grounder foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. This is already a 20-pitch inning, too, for Herndon.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as I mentioned, they're just not equipped for an extra inning game tonight.
Two and two the count to Soto. That ball had actions like it was a changeup more than a slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Runners on first and third. The pitch from Herndon. Fastball called, strike 3. He guessed slider or change, and he got the fastball, and the side is retired. Herndon leaves 2 here at the top of the 10th. So he gives Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, and Shane Victorino a chance at the bottom of the 10th. Hey fans, get all the highlights and a recap of this baby with Chris Coast. He'll give you some expert analysis on how this game unfolded. He might even give you some ideas of what you do during 1 hour and 17-minute rain delay. That's what we had tonight. It's Phillies Postgame Live presented by Pure Auto Insurance right here after the ball game. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning at Citizens Bank Park. Tied at 3. It'll be Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Shane Victorino. The homemade fanatic is here. That took some time, folks. Appreciate the effort. Utley tonight is singled. He's lined to right. He's grounded out. He's walked. So he'll lead it off against Marshall. How about Marshall's ERA after his 1-2-3 ninth? I mean, we're late in the year. Down to 0.99.
And how valuable is this guy that he can pitch another inning with his left-handed hitters coming up? Just exactly what they want. They don't have to use one of the right-handers here.
0-1 pitch to Utley. Outside, 1-1.
Well, that's not saying Samardzija and Wood couldn't come in and get the job done, but they'd much rather have the lefty there.
Wills, you need a Halloween content?
How about that thing?
It's been a long night.
Looks like he may have made that himself.
Tonight. Here
Maybe
at the
tonight.
game.
Yeah. That may have some gardenias in it tomorrow.
Breaking ball for strike 2. It's 1-2.
That's a flinch breaking ball, as you saw there.
last hit for the Phillies. Came back in the 4th. That was the base hit.
Wow.
Infield hit off the glove of Aramis Ramirez at 3rd.
It's just amazing the way that they just continue to struggle offensively.
Charlie Manuel's changed his spot in the lineup, or in the dugout, I should say. He's been sitting for a long time. He probably just needed to stretch his back out.
Yeah. Well, he knows he doesn't have many moves left. They did everything they could with the pitching tonight to win this game with their lack of offense, and it just didn't happen.
1-2 the count. And a called strike 3.
That is nasty. That was late. Boy, did that break late.
Second strikeout for Marshall. They'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate.
Watch a late break on this pitch. Utley sees it, and then zoom, there it goes. Zip right over the plate.
Howard against Marshall is 3 for 12. Ryan has been on base twice tonight. He's walked both times. They're really deep for him, and he just snuck a fastball by him.
Once again, we get a shot of a very lone, or a look, and we are looking at a very lonely bullpen out there with everybody used tonight. There's Chase Utley. I mean, that thing just froze him. That was really a good breaking ball.
Outside, he has a slider and a curve. That was the slider.
I think that was a curveball he threw to
I agree.
Chase.
Yeah, the difference is about 10 miles an hour and the break.
And the depth that it had.
Oh boy. 1-2 the count.
That's what I mean. What an advantage to have this guy can go 2 innings, and to have him in this inning with these 2 left-handed hitters coming up. This kind of guy in your bullpen, it's hard to explain how important they are.
Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 10th. In fact, 3 in a row for Marshall. And now Victorino will bat right-handed.
Not just one good breaking ball after another.
Victorino's 1 for 4 in this ball game. Ramirez can pick the pocket of Juan Samuel. He's so close to the line.
See how deep the outfielders are too to prevent a double or anything over their heads. There's Ramirez on the line, big hole to hit it through on the left side.
Way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Victorino. It's kind of amazing. Marshall was a starting pitcher, and the Cubs tried over and over and over again to keep him in the rotation. But last couple of years, he's really settled into being a relief pitcher, and as you can see with the results this year, he's been really good. Outside, 2-1.
He kind of jumps at the hitter a little bit, hides the ball pretty well, especially I would think the left-handed hitters.
Well, he's got the lefty Ibanez on deck. There's Raul. Outside, ball 4. So the winning run is aboard.
Now he looks like his times are not good to the plate. You wonder, how well he's going to hold runners on. But if he goes, then they walk Ibanez and go after Brown. So, you just, is that good or bad? you might want to have the more experienced guy up right now, although you like to have the runner in scoring position too. So we'll see.
I'd love to have the runner in scoring position.
Well, they may give him a chance to run here.
Victorino's still putting his gloves on.
He's not going anywhere. He's still putting his gloves on.
Put your gloves on there, Shane. Zambrano is getting himself ready to hit.
Yeah, he's
going to pitch tomorrow.
He'd be a pinch hitter for them because they only have Coy Hill left on the bench, their other catcher.
Raul fouls it away, and it's 0-1. Balls, 1 strike to count to Ibanez. That is a really short lead. Even if Ibanez puts one in the gap.
I don't quite understand that lead because, even if you have a hold and you're not going to run, you might be able to deke them a little bit that you're going to run.
Back toward the middle, and Castro gets to it, throws to first, and it's scooped up by Pena, but he bobbled the ball and it was off the bag. Victorino goes to third. The Phillies have first and third with 2 outs. Tell you what, if that ball had gotten by Pena, Victorino was flying around second, heading to third. That could have been dicey. So Pena did a good job just even getting to that ball.
Well, now they know that. Well, Herndon's the next player. Here we go. Right here, he pulls him off the bag. That's a heck of a play by Pena to get leather on this thing. What a great play right there, right in the tip of the glove, and he controls it basically. So, as Tom said, if that gets by him, the Phillies win the game. But now, what they're talking about right now is Dominic Brown's the batter. If you walk him to load the bases, the Phillies have Ross Glode or Valdez who could hit for Herndon, but then they're out of pitchers.
Right. Then they have to get a starter up immediately to start loosening up if they don't win the ball game.
Right. And there's 2 outs. Very interesting situation.
Dominic Brown, you see what he's done tonight. Let's see if he gets a chance to even hit. I guess if you're Mike Quade, you kind of force Charlie Manuel's hand here.
Well, we'll see. You would think that they're going to just throw stuff out of the strike zone and see if he'll chase it if they don't walk him intentionally.
No, that's what they're going to do. Yeah. They're going to walk him intentionally.
Yeah, they're going to make you use your last move now, which would be Valdez, probably a right-handed batter against Marshall. Or the Phillies are going to have to let Herndon bat here, knowing that they need a pitcher to go to the next inning.
There's Valdez. They're going to let Herndon hit. I think they just told Wilson.
Yep. I mean, they almost have to because they don't want to go with Valdez right now. And it's just a tough situation, and he's certainly doing the right thing is Quade to make the next move the Phillies move.
So an intentional walk, and David Herndon, who's 0 for 2 in the majors, will saunter up to the plate.
Yeah, what you're doing right here is, if you get lucky and maybe Herndon wins a game for you, but you're trying to live another inning.
So Herndon again 0 for 2 as a major leaguer. The bases are loaded. The corners are in. The pitch to Herndon. Outside, ball 1. Well, he's up there probably taking a strike.
Oh yeah, he's maybe taking a couple strikes. And Marshall, the only thing this doesn't give him is any wiggle room, but he hasn't any trouble throwing strikes since he's come in.
There's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Victorino came running down the line right there, trying to get his attention, thinking maybe he'd balk.
Herndon did not bat at all in the minor leagues with the Angels or this year at Lehigh Valley. So just 2 at-bats in the big leagues. He thought about taking a hack at that breaking ball. It's 1-2. One and two the count. Swinging and a miss. He's down on strikes, and the side is retired. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Marshall. He leaves the bases loaded. So the Phillies had no choice but to send Herndon up there to take some hacks. We go to the 11th inning, even at 3.
Take over time.
Well, we go to the top of the 11th inning. It's a 3-3 ball game. What you just saw was kind of a re-tease of tonight's ball game. It didn't show Jimmy Rollins' 3-run home run, but it did show Aramis Ramirez's timing play over at third, which right now is a huge play in this game.
Yeah, that was 2 runs right after the rain delay, and the play of the game right now, besides that, is Pena, what he just did.
Right.
Because as you said, Tom, Victorino's coming hard to third. If that ball trickles, it gets away from him, Phillies are going to win the game.
Yeah, I don't know if Soto, the catcher, was there to back up at all.
And even if he were, you know, the catcher's got to then wheel and throw, and pitcher's going to be covering the plate.
I was going to say that it's somebody other than the catcher covering home.
Yeah, it's.
Well, Tyler Colvin leads it off.
As in all extra inning games, this is crazy. And Hill is in the on-deck circle, the backup catcher, not Zambrano.
Foul ball off to the left, out of play.
It's their last position player move.
And Kerry Wood is up and throwing in the bullpen for the Cubs.
And the Phillies do have 2 moves off the bench, but they don't have any more pitchers.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. There's Wood. To the right side. Howard gets to it. Oh, he couldn't get out of his glove. And Colvin is safe at first. And Colvin, who had been 0 for his previous 34 before the double in the 9th, now has back-to-back hits.
guess he figured he's owed a few right here, but Herndon will give up these kind of hits because he gives up a lot of hippity hops, but they have him right there. If Ryan Howard can field it cleanly, get it out of his glove right at that point, if he catches it and throws it, they've got him.
Well, Ryan Dempster now will come up to pinch hit for the Cubs, or in this case be a sacrifice bunter.
Yep, he's pinch bunting.
Colvin being held on by Howard. Dempster squares, takes it low. They'll appeal. No bunt, says Gary Cedarstrom. This year, Dempster is hitting .087, and he has 5 sacrifice bunts, which leads the staff.
Right, that's why he's out there. I feel like the Phillies would use Roy Oswalt in a spot like this.
Bunts at it. He misses it. So does Ruiz. And Colvin gets the second. I would think that's going to be a pass ball.
Yeah.
It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Dempster.
So Charlie's reaction, they mishandled 2 balls in this inning. Shouldn't be anybody on base, let alone somebody at second.
Well, they scored a wild pitch. They've now changed it to a pass ball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Dempster.
Yeah, there's no reason to think he's not going to try and bunt again here.
Yeah, with Fukudome in the on-deck circle, that means the Phillies would have to deal with the top of the order if Dempster gets the bunt down and Colvin over third. Second, and nobody was there. He threw it right over Colvin's head. You remember the pickoff play in the 1980 ball game where they picked off Brandon Phillips? This one didn't work as crisply.
Well, somebody saw something or didn't see something. And Colvin, he was just shocked at what was happening.
I think everybody was shocked. Whoop. Fortunately, the errant throw had some distance on it, and Victorino was there, because if there was nothing there, then Colvin could have reacted and gone to third.
Well, to this point, this inning has not been well played by the local 9.
1 ball, 1 strike to count to Dempster. He squares, and he bunted at it and missed.
I think that he's going to keep trying to do this.
I would think so.
And be committed. He's their best bunter. It's not like they think we'll turn him loose and we'll hit a ball to the right side and get him over to third.
He bunts it foul. There's a strikeout. That's a break for the Phillies. That Colvin remains at second.
See, the Cubs have not been playing very good baseball this year, and you know, there's one of the things they don't get done. Now, you can't forget about him at second base. Ivan De Jesus down there helping out at third base, and don't forget about Colvin.
So Dempster's night is done. Colvin takes his lead off second. Fukudome's 0 for 4 with an intentional walk. Outside, 1-0. don't know what Fukudome was thinking there. He looked like he was disgusted by that pitch, but that was a strike.
Sure
it's
was.
1-2. Got him. Worked it toward the outside part of the plate, 2 away.
What you'd like to see him do is throw that heavy sinker in these spots.
And here's Darwin Barney.
It's a good way to pitch a guy like Fukudome because he's running before he hits the ball a lot of times. See his stride, how he's out of the box. He pulls off and he's moving towards. He has movement towards first base on a lot of his swings, and it's kind of hard, I think, for him to hit a hard sinker like that away from him.
Barney has scored a run tonight after being hit by a pitch. He takes a sinker for strike 1. To the count. $44,906 at one point tonight.
As you said, Tom, a lot of people still here,
still
too.
A large sum at 15 minutes past midnight here in the East. It's 0-2 to Darwin Barney. Herndon trying to bring this game to the bottom of the 11th, even at 3. The pitch. Stays alive as he fouls it away. Got it up to 95. Neither team really hitting it on the nose with runners in scoring position. Again, the 0-2. Off his foot. You know, we talk about this crowd, you know, how many people are still here. We were amazed at the amount of people that were still in the ballpark in the 19-inning game. After the 19-inning game, some of these folks are probably thinking, I'm not going to leave.
Right. Heck, this game's only in the 11th. We got another couple hours. Not tonight. It's a good pitch. One to strike, but it was a good 2-strike pitch.
Just a bit off the outside part of the plate.
Yep. Good job. Oh. From their vantage point, that's a strike. .40 pitches for David Herndon. Nothing's coming easy. Oop, Cubby fan.
They used to travel really well.
Yeah.
Now it's 2-2 to Barney. Grounded to third. Picked up on the big hop by Polanco. Low throw, bobbled by Howard, and a run is going to score. Oh, boy. An error for Placido Polanco, which doesn't often happen. Colvin scores from second, and the Cubs have the lead.
Well, it's just been a totally sloppy inning, and it's almost fitting that the run scores that way with this inning's gone. It's a shame. I mean, Palacio has an easy play here. Varney runs hard, but he has a hop in plenty of time. Now he throws in the dirt, and you know, on the other end of it, you hope Brian Howard will be able to handle the throw. It's a long hop, hits him in the midsection, and bounces away, and the run scores.
Well, he was going all the way. He wasn't stopping with 2 outs. Here's Starlin Castro inside, ball 1. The way the inning began, which was Colvin on the slowly hit grounder to first. Ryan couldn't get it out of his glove. Then the pass ball. Then the 2 strikeouts, and then finally the error by Polanco.
Now you get Marmol, who is
erratic.
He's exciting.
There he is. Another one for Polanco. Fair ball from behind the bag. This one is on the money. And the side is retired. But the Cubs get an unearned run here in the top of the 11th against David Herndon. So we go to the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Ruiz, Rollins, and Polanco. Will have to play from behind as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. The Cubs scored an unearned run in their half of the 11th, and Cubs will turn things over to their closer. Boy, he has been up and down this year. He's been up and down the last couple weeks. He's 1-2 with a 3.21 ERA. He's blown 4 saves already. That's Carlos Marmol. 37 strikeouts in 28 innings. But look at the other two categories. 21 hits, 14 walks in 28 innings. Tyler Coleman, who came into this ballgame 0 for his last 32, has a double, an infield single, and a huge run scored on an error by Placido Polanco. Polanco will get a chance, though, to hit here at the bottom of the 11th. Ruiz, Rollins, Polanco. 9-1-2 against Marmol. Phillies need a base runner. And Carlos swings at the first pitch. He got a fastball. Marmol's best pitch is a slider, but there are times when that slider, well, it's not in the strike zone.
You just don't know what's going to happen with him. He can be electric or he can be all over the place.
There's that slider, and it's in for strike 2.
Strikeouts per 9 innings pitched.
Brad Lidge led that category for a long time. Back toward the middle, off the mound. Castro can't get to it, and Ruiz is aboard. Talk about a ground ball that had some eyes. That had eyes, ears, and a nose, and got it to center.
Yeah, and it hit the mound. It even hit the mound too, and that slows it up normally. Here it is. The slider hits it right off the end of the bat. It hits the mound, hits the cutout. What you say, eye, ears, nose?
Everything.
Everything. Now, do you bunt here for a tie when you're out of pitching?
That's a good question. I mean, the Cubs are thinking that Rollins has a chance to.
Nope.
In the air to right field. Playable for Fukudome. And he makes the catch for the first out.
And that answered the question, because you would bunt if you had pitchers. But, you know, you've got Herndon over 40 pitches right now. They don't have anything left. If he has anything left, so they're going for the win. This is a goofy game, boy. This is when you talk about all-time stuff that's happening.
plus a 1 hour 17-minute rain delay. Everybody talks about the weather.
You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Ruiz leads off first.
Isn't that how the saying goes?
Foul ball off to the right.
Now they don't want an extra base hit here to the Cubs. They'll give up a single in the hole on the left side. You see where the third baseman Ramirez is. Why would he keep throwing over there with Ruiz at first?
Element of surprise?
I can't answer it.
Yeah, I don't know. Because you'd be afraid of throwing it away. Another foul ball. Out of play. It's 0-2.
The only thing that can happen in that situation is something bad for the Cubs and good for the Phillies.
Outside with a slider, 1-2.
That thing is nasty, especially with that delivery.
Fly ball, shallow right field. Fukudome will take care of Polanco, and there are 2 away. So now it's left up to Chase Utley. And still the tying run is over at first. Line drive foul. And it's 0-1 to Chase. Chase tonight has been on base twice. He reached on a single in the first, walked in the 7th.
They're giving up a ball in front of them, are the outfielders right now, but nothing over their heads. So he has a chance to keep the inning going if he can dunk one.
Slider for strike 2. In the air to left field, not deep. Castro going out. And the catch is made by Blake DeWitt, and the Cubs have hung on to win it in 11 innings by a final score of 4-3. And this is a tough one for the Phillies to swallow. The Cubs bullpen, the Chevrolet players of the game, they didn't allow a run in 8 2/3 tonight. And Mike Quaddy's team has won back-to-back ball games.
Phillies got 1 hit after the 4th inning.
That was the single by Ruiz. 2 hits.
2 hits.
Single by Ruiz, right, and the single by Raul Ibanez.
Yeah, just struggling with the offense.
In the 11th, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left for the Phillies. Mike Quaddy and Gary Cederstrom probably conferring about that double that was originally a home run for Colvin. And Quaddy's also, he's double dipping. He's giving high fives, and he's also discussing things with the umpire.
He's multitasking right there. Here's the W.B. Mason delivery of the game. It's the home run by Soto that tied it. Ryan Madsen knew that had a bad sound